deliberately chosen to double down on long-term capacity building rather than short-term populism. The emphasis is unmistakable. Manufacturing, infrastructure, energy security and competitiveness, alongside selective support to services and people-centric development. Sounds like a lot. Well, that's why we are here to decode it for you with our esteemed panelists, so stay tuned right across the day. Well, but every budget also raises some important questions. Who is it that it truly benefits? Which sectors gain momentum? Which were left waiting? And which were left wanting? And how this shapes India's journey towards Vikasit Bharat. Well, before we get online with our esteemed panelists, let's go through some of the key findings in today's budget. Well, our finance minister laid heavy emphasis on India's upward and mobile economic trajectory. This included Vikasit Bharat, balancing ambition with inclusion, action over ambivalence, reform over rhetoric, and people over populism. The idea is to transform aspiration into achievement and potential into performance. While these words sound very grandiose, it is also backed by data. The minister emphasized that India has a high growth rate of around 7%. This includes energy security, domestic manufacturing capacity, citizens benefiting from government actions, strong thrust on public investment, monetary stability, fiscal prudence, far reaching structural reforms. Another key point of emphasis by the minister was Yuva Shakti driven budget, or the government's Sankalp, to focus on poor, underprivileged, and the disadvantaged. The minister emphasized three kartavyas. The first being accelerate and sustain economic growth. This means enhancing productivity and competitiveness, building resilience to volatile global dynamics. The second kartavya is fulfilling aspirations of our people. This means building people's capacity, making them strong partners in India's path to prosperity. Or we can also say this is a way of ensuring inclusivity in our development. The third kartavya is vision of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Well, no surprises there. We have heard this statement one many two times. This includes every family, community, region, and sector which has access to all the resources, amenities, and opportunities for meaningful participation in society. Well, we can say this is an economic but also a social reform that we are looking at. Also, the government has undertaken comprehensive economic reforms towards creating employment, boosting productivity, and accelerating growth. How do you say? Well, over 350 reforms have been rolled out, including GST simplification, notification of labor codes, and rationalization of mandatory quality control orders. For this, high level committees have been formed, and the central government is working along with the state governments on deregulation and reducing compliance requirements. Well, sounds like ease of business to us. What about you? The minister also laid emphasis on pillars of growth and development. This includes sustaining economic growth, strengthening the foundations of growth, people centric development, trust based governance, ease of doing business, and ease of living. Well, let's start with the first one, sustaining economic growth. One of the key pillars is manufacturing. This includes strategic and frontier sectors. The minister spoke about the Biopharma Shakti mission, high-tech tool rooms in CPSEs, scheme for container manufacturing, integrated programs for textiles, electronic components manufacturing scheme, strengthening domestic manufacturing of high-value and technologically advanced construction and infrastructure equipment, scheme to revive 200 legacy industrial clusters, 3 dedicated chemical parks enhancing domestic production, dedicated initiative for manufacturing of affordable sports goods, scheme for rare earth permanent magnets research, mining, processing and manufacturing, as well as India's semiconductor mission ISM 2.0. Sounds like a lot to us. That's why we are here to unpack it for you right across the day. Now, moving on to tax reforms to boost manufacturing sector. Hold on because we have a lot to unpack here. First is exemption from income tax for 5 years. That's right, 5 whole years, to non-residents providing capital goods, equipment, or tooling to any toll manufacturer in a bonded zone. Well, NRIs, I hope you are up and listening because this is a good time to invest in India. Second is provision of safe harbor to non-residents for component warehousing in a bonded warehouse. Next, deferred duty payment window to trusted manufacturers. Increasing the limit for duty-free imports of specified inputs used for processing seafood products for export from the current 1% to 3% of the FOB value of the previous year's export turnover. Next is duty-free imports of specified inputs extended to export of shoe uppers in addition to leather or synthetic footwear. Extension of time for the support of financial products from existing 6 months to 1 year for exporters of leather or textile garments, leather and synthetic footwear. Next, we have exemption of basic customs duty on specified parts used in the manufacture of microwave ovens. Following this, we have exemption from basic customs duty on components and parts used in aircraft manufacturing. After this, regular importers with trusted, long-standing supply chains are to be recognized in the risk system. Next, we have export cargo using electronic sealing to be provided through clearance from the factory premises to the ship. Next, a special one-time measure to facilitate sale in the domestic tariff area at concessional rate of duty by eligible manufacturing units of SEZs. Looks like the budget has something for everybody in the manufacturing sector. Time to grab your reading glasses and read between the lines. Or maybe tune into our panels across the day where experts are going to decode it for you. Coming up next is a three-pronged approach to help MSMEs grow as champions. MSMEs, or micro and medium small enterprises, are now the backbone of the Indian economy. So, what is the government doing to support it? First is the equity support. The minister proposed a dedicated rupees 10,000 crore SME growth fund. That's right, a whopping 10,000 crores. Top up the Self-Reliant India Fund 2021 with rupees 2,000 crore. This means that the fund already existed and now we are going to add another 2,000 crore rupees to it. The professional support includes the government to facilitate professional institutions to develop corporate mitras, especially in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns, to help MSMEs meet compliance requirements at affordable costs. Again, I would say this is an ease of doing business mandate. Next, liquidity support through TREDS. Mandate TREDS as the transactional settlement platform for all purchases from MSMEs by CPSEs, serving as a benchmark for other corporates. This also includes introducing a credit guarantee support mechanism through CGTMSE for invoice discounting on the TREDS platform. Next, linking GEM with TREDS to encourage cheaper and quicker financing. TREDS receivables as asset-backed securities are to be considered to develop a secondary market and enhance liquidity and settlement of transactions. All this sounds great, but what about the tax proposal? Well, the government has you covered here as well. The idea is to remove the current value cap of rupees 10 lakh per consignment on courier exports. Next, we have the service sector, which again is one of the key components for which India is known locally as well as abroad. First, we have high-powered Education to Employment and Enterprise Standing Committee to focus on the service sector as the core driver of Vikasit Bharat. Next, we have upgrading and establishing new allied health professionals or AHPs in 10 selected disciplines. Again, in the care sector, we have developing a variety of NSQF aligned programs to train 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers. Again, moving ahead in the health sector, emphasis on medical tourism. The government proposes schemes to support states in establishing 5 hubs for medical value tourism in partnership with the private sector. 3 all-new institutes of Ayurveda upgrading Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem are proposed, as well as upgrading the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center. There was also an emphasis on the orange economy. This includes setting up AVGC content creator labs in 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges. Next, there was development in design as well. This includes setting up of new National Institute of Design through the challenge route in eastern region of India. Well, we have heard about the famous NID, but glad to see that apart from IITs and IIMs, the government is also emphasizing on other sectors and expanding educational institutes in those domains as well. Next, we have sports. Well, traditionally much overlooked, but now we are glad to see the government is taking it by the horns. The first is Khelo India Mission, which is integrated talent development pathway, systematic coaching development, integration of science and technology, and development of sports infrastructure. Next, we have education, which is 5 university townships in the vicinity of major industrial and logistic corridors, a girls' hostel in higher education STEM institutes in every district, setting up or upgrading of 4 telescope infrastructure facilities. Well, looks like the government is going all ham on infrastructure and manufacturing this time. Next, we have tourism. A lot has been done here and a lot is proposed to be. First is setting up a National Institute of Hospitality as a bridge between academia, industry, and the government. Next, pilot scheme for upskilling 10,000 guides in 20 iconic tourist districts. We also have National Destination Digital Knowledge Grid to digitally document all places of significance. Next, we have to develop ecologically sustainable mountain trails, turtle trails, and bird watching trails in select states. India is also hoping to host the first ever global Big Cat Summit. Along with that, we also aim to develop 15 archaeological sites into vibrant, experiential cultural destinations. Next, development of Buddhist circuits in Northeast India. Well, not only are these developments proposed, there is also a plethora of tax exemptions and tax developments that have now been undertaken or proposed in the tourism sector. The first is clubbing of services under a single category of information technology services with a common safe harbor margin of 15.5%. The safe harbor threshold for IT services are increasing from 300 crores to rupees 2,000 crores. The approval of safe harbor for IT services by an automated rule-driven process is also a proposal by the minister. Well, we also have the financial sector here, which is something that we cannot ignore over and above the services. The minister has proposed setting up high-level committee on banking for Vikasit Bharat to align with India's next growth phase. What are the proposals, you ask? Well, the first is an incentive of rupees 100 crore for single issuance of municipal bonds of more than 1,000 crores. Currently, it is being done under the AMRIT scheme. Second, we have restructuring Power Finance Corporation and Rural Electrification Corporation, the PFC or the REC as we commonly call it. Next proposal is comprehensive review of foreign exchange management or the FEMA rules. And lastly, introduction of market making framework and total rerun swaps of corporate bonds. What are the tax proposals, you may ask? Because, well, ultimately we are all interested in how much we are paying to the government, aren't we? The first is raising the STT on futures from 0.02% to 0.05%. Next, STT on options premium and exercise of options to be raised from 0.15% from a rate of 0.1% and 0.125% respectively. Next, we have the people who run this country, or should I say, the people who are responsible for most of the population's employment. This includes the farmer or the farming sector. The idea is to increase farmers' income by enhancing productivity in agriculture and allied sector. What does this include? First is dedicated program for horticulture, animal husbandry, supporting high value agriculture, dedicated program for Indian cashew and cacao, fisheries, sandalwood, and Bharat Vistar. Well, what is Bharat Vistar? It is integrating AgriStack portals and the ICAR package on agricultural practices with AI systems. And now we come to the tax proposals for the Indian farmer. The first is fish catch by an Indian fishing vessel in the exclusive economic zone or the high seas is to be made free of duty. treating the landing of such fish on foreign port as export of goods. Next, deduction allowed to primary cooperative society engaged to include supply of cattle field and cotton seed produced by members. After this, we have allowing inter-cooperative society dividend income as deduction under the new tax regime to the extent distributed to members. Lastly, we have exemption from tax dividend income received by a notified national cooperative federation from investments made in companies up to 31st of January 2026 from tax period of 3 years. Exemption to be allowed only for dividends distributed to its member cooperatives. Next, we have strengthening of infrastructure. The idea is to continue to focus on developing infrastructure in cities with over 5 lakh population, primarily in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Several initiatives have been undertaken already for enhancing the infrastructure. This includes INVITs, REITs, NIIF, and NABFID. What else has been proposed in this domain? First is setting up infrastructure risk guarantee fund to provide prudently calibrated partial credit guarantee schemes to leaders. Second is recycling of real estate assets of CPSEs through the setting up of dedicated REITs. Next is the dedicated freight corridors connecting Dankuni in the east to Surat in the west. Well, that's right across India then. Next is operationalizing 20 new waterways connecting mineral rich areas, industrial centers, and ports. We also have the launch of a coastal cargo protection scheme to increase the share of inland waterways and coastal shipping from 6% to 12% by 2047. The minister also proposed launching a seaplane VGF scheme to indigenize manufacturing. There was also an announcement of 2 lakh rupees crore support to states under SAS CI scheme. Lastly, we have the Purvodaya or Development of Integrated East Coast Industrial Corridor scheme, which has also been proposed by the minister. Lastly, we have long-term security and stability in the energy sector. Well, what is the first thing that has been proposed? Scheme to adopt carbon capture utilization and storage with an outlay of rupees 20,000 crores. That's probably one of the biggest allocations in the budget so far for any single sector. Next is exemption of BCD on import of sodium antimonate for use in manufacture of solar glass. Next is exemption of BCD on import of capital goods required for the processing of critical minerals in India. Extension of existing basic custom duty exemption on import of goods required for nuclear power projects till the year 2035 and expanded for all nuclear plants irrespective of their capacity. Well, there are quite a few other proposals made as well. However, we have to move ahead now to urbanization and the city's economic regions. The idea is to develop the potential of cities as economic power agglomerates. The focus is now on Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities as well as temple towns. The minister proposed 7 high speed rail corridors, which were also called growth corridors. This includes Mumbai to Pune, Pune to Hyderabad, Hyderabad to Bengaluru, Hyderabad to Chennai, Chennai to Bengaluru, Delhi to Varanasi, Varanasi to Siliguri, environmentally sustainable passenger systems. Lastly, and should we not forget, people-centric development, which was one of the key pillars in today's budget. This includes building a strong care system covering geriatric and allied care services and training of 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers. Self-help entrepreneur or she-marts are to be set up as community-owned retail outlets within the cluster level federations. Next, we have Divyangjan Kaushal Yojana, providing dignified livelihood opportunities through industry-relevant and customized training specific to disability groups. We also have Divyang Sahara Yojana, timely access to high quality assistive devices for all eligible. We also have PM Divyasha Kendras as modern retail style centers. The minister also proposed setting up of Nimhans 2 and upgrading national mental health institutes in Ranchi and Tezpur. Looks like expansion is one of the key agendas behind the budget. Well, we have gone through some of the key pointers in the budget, but the question still remains, who is the biggest gainer? Well, I'm here to analyze that for you. The first and the biggest winner, I would say, is the manufacturing sector. There's a strong push to high value, tech intensive manufacturing. The covered sectors include electronics, semiconductors, construction infrastructure equipment, container manufacturing, chemicals, sports good, and revival of 200 legacy cultures. The next we have is biopharma and healthcare manufacturing. Biopharma Shakti, biologic medicines, medical value tourism hubs, allied health professionals, caregivers, Ayush institutions, drug testing labs, and cancer drug duty exemptions are some of the proposals in this budget, making biopharma one of the key surprises for 2026-2027 budget. Next, we have in third place is textiles and apparels. This includes integrated program for textiles, mega textile parks, technical skills, silk, jute export facilitation, and duty relaxations. On number 4, we have MSMEs with the rupees 10,000 crore SME growth fund, TREDS mandate, CGT MSE credit guarantees, liquidity supports, GEM TREDS linkage, professional compliance support in Tier 2 and Tier 3 towns. On the fifth place, we have infrastructure and logistics. Massive capex continuation, freight corridors, national waterways, ports, ship repair, coastal cargo, seaplane VGF, REITs, INVITs, SASCI support to states in Tier 2 and Tier 3 urban infrastructure. On number 6, we have energy and energy security. This shouldn't come as a surprise given how hard the Shanti Bill was touted in 2025. Nuclear power, duty exemptions in 2035, battery storage, lithium ion cells, solar glass, critical minerals, CCUS, biogas incentives, energy transition infrastructure were also a key part of today's budget. We also have tourism and cultural economy, which is infrastructure led. This includes destination digitization, heritage sites, ecotourism trails, guide skilling, hospitality institutes, Buddhist circuits, global events. One of the key surprises is social infrastructure and care economy. We have geriatric care, mental health under NIMHANS 2, trauma center, Divyangjan skilling, assistive devices manufacturing, and she-marts. Well, the bottom line is the budget strongly favors manufacturing, infrastructure, energy transition, MSMEs, and capital intensive growth, with services winning mainly where they support productivity, exports, healthcare, IT, and skilling. Well, the budget does sound like a win win for all, but I wouldn't conclude that so fast. There were still aspects and sectors of the economy that the minister did not cover. The first is real estate and housing. This includes urban and affordable housing. There was no direct push for housing, rental housing, housing finance, or RERA linked reforms. REITs are mentioned only for CPSE asset recycling, not housing demands. Next, another sector that was missed out was consumer goods and FMCG or mass consumption. This includes a strong manufacturing focus, but no demand side stimulus for consumption, FMCG retail, or household spending revival. Well, let's hope the monetary policy takes care of that. We also did not see too much emphasis on automobile and EV ecosystem. Battery, critical minerals, and energy storage are covered, but auto manufacturing, EV adoption incentives, charging infra, or auto components are largely absent. Next, another sector that was left out, and people will not like this, is startups and venture capital ecosystem. MSMEs got the support, but what about startups? What about ESOP reforms? What about startup capital access or innovation financing, which were key aspects missing in today's budget? Next, we have e commerce and digital retail. There was no mention of marketplaces, ONDC expansion, last mile logistics for e commerce, or trade facilitation. We also have some traditional aspects or traditional services that were missing. This includes hospitality SMEs, restaurants, and travel operators. Yes, tourism infrastructure is covered, but hospitality MSMEs, F&B, tour operators, and urban tourism services see no fiscal or credit support. Next, we have informal sector and urban employment. Labor intensive sectors like silk and jute are mentioned, but informal urban employment gig workers, platform workers, and social security are largely absent. We also see an absence of climate adaptation and water security, the non energy part. Energy transition is strong, no doubt, but climate adaptation, urban water stress, flood management, heat resistance or resilience, and climate insurance are missing. We also saw that retail finance and household saving instruments were not mentioned. While financial markets are covered, but household savings, pensions, insurance, penetration, and retail investor protection. Apologies. Retail finance and household saving instruments are also missing. Financial markets are covered, but household savings, pensions, insurance penetration, and retail investor protection are underplayed. And lastly, us. What about media journalism and publishing? No policy or financial recognition of news media, regional journalism, or digital publishing as an economic sector was acknowledged. Now, let us zoom out and look at the big picture. The budget is manufacturing infrastructure and supply side heavy, with limited focus on consumption, services led livelihoods, startups, urban housing, and informal employment. But despite these being major drivers of India's actual GDP and job creation, certain micro details are still missing. With that, I would like to take your leave and thank you for taking the time out to hear me. This is Urvi Srivastav, Assistant Editor, BW Business World. I would now like to call my esteemed colleague, Mr. Ashish Sinha, to take the reins for the first panel of our day. Mr. Sinha, over to you.
Thank you, Urvi. Hello and welcome to everybody on this special 1st February, a Sunday, maybe a first for the union budget in recent time or in the recent past when it has been presented on a Sunday. The markets have been open and markets have reacted slightly negatively to the budget announcements. Now, to kickstart the special analysis, we have with us two very senior eminent economists, Manoranjan Sharma ji, Chief Economist of Infomerics, and Vikas ji, a senior columnist and economist. Salman, can I request you to put everything on the center, please? Anyway, to start the thing, I mean, budget normally is anticipated as a presentation of statements of accounts. But for India, it has a special impact as it is the opportunity for the finance minister to lay before us the path the government will take for the next financial year while recapping some of the achievements of the immediate current financial year. This budget has spelled out broadly a roadmap which is in the direction of taking India towards a developed economy, Viksit Bharat, by announcing a slew of measures to help industry, keeping in mind two important aspects which were largely in demand, manufacturing sector and the support system of fixing up tax-related issues to help get imports in India in a smoother form. My first question will largely be the initial assessment of the budget announcements and the budget speech given by the finance minister. Let me involve Manoranjan ji for his opening comment of what he liked and in what he heard and what are the numbers which have been put out. How does he respond to that? Manoranjan ji, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Perfectly, sir.
Okay, thank you. Before I come to my preliminary observations, let me react with your permission to two things which you said. One, you said that the budget is largely an accounting statement in terms of the Constitution of India. I think Article 112, that is largely true. But the other side to it is also account of how the government has fared, how the government sees the challenges, what are the roadmaps ahead, what would be the mitigating measures. So it is also, in certain ways, a political document. Another issue, which let me briefly refer, you said that the market has reacted negatively to the budget proposals. That may well be true, but if I'm not mistaken, I've been watching these budget proceedings possibly for the last 20, 25 years. I think from 2022, there was an exception. Otherwise, if we look at the trend line, post 2022, for the last 4, 5 years, market has always reacted negatively. So just to provide a sense of perspective, now let me come to this and then say this budget is mostly on expected lines. I say this because we had placed on public domain a very comprehensive document. I think ran into about 15, 18 pages. We have posted it on our website, also mailed it to all our clients. Two, three things. One is that globally we are passing through a difficult phase. Globally, whether you look at IMF, World Bank, OECD data set, there's a difference of 10 or 20 basis points. World economy is growing by something like 2.8 to 3%. So that is the band, very small band. Advanced economies are not doing all that well. In that kind of a scenario, India stands as something like an outperformer, a brighter spot, as Ms. Geeta Gopinath sometime back referred to, in the global economy, consistently growing despite the year-to-year volatility, domestic challenges, global cues. It's something in the range of, let's say, 6.5, 6.6 to 7.6 or even 8%. So one of the things which were keenly expected is, I am in the rating industry. Otherwise, earlier I was with a leading one of the top three public sector commercial banks. Fiscal deficit has been widely, extensively discussed. So in India, there has been a, if I may say so, firm commitment to fiscal prudence, fiscal stability. Obviously, the two COVID years, 2020, 2021, were an aberration, but otherwise we see a broad sense of going towards the FRBM path, fiscal responsibility and budget. So again, I think last five, there has not been any slippages. Any slippages in the sense that whatever the FM had committed, those targets were fully met. Sometimes they were more than met. This time also, she has stuck to the fiscal deficit target of 4.4%. Next year, there is a gradual reduction to 4.3%. Another thing which you had anticipated, and then again, thankfully it has happened, there are several, 2, 3 levers of accelerating economic development, structural transformation. One is you take the consumption route, the other is you take the capex, the infrastructure route. Now, a lot of studies, theoretical studies and also empirical cross-country studies within the country have been undertaken, and they show that broadly there could be a difference of 5 or 7 basis points here or there, but broadly when the government spends something like 100 rupees on through the consumption, then economy gets a boost of 70 rupees, whereas in case of infrastructure or capex, if you spend 100 rupees, the boost to the economy, which you get is something in the region of 250 to 325 rupees. In case of several economies, including in the US grew very fast post the Second World War, and out of several reasons. One of the primary reasons was the sharper thrust on infrastructure. In case of India, obviously there have been large number of studies, but then let me refer to a pioneering study by Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore, where they demonstrated that every 100 rupees is spent on infrastructure, on capex, leads to a boost of 325 rupees, a multiple of 3.25. So you get big bang for the buck. So again, that is also very welcome. In case of consumption, there have been some measures. Income tax, some people were expecting some kind of a direct taxes relief. That has not come. But MSMEs continue to be. There is a fund for 10,000 rupees crores. There are some other social inclusion measures, proposed girls' hostel, productivity enhancement, diversification of farm produce. So all those are certainly very welcome. But as I think one of the famous Hindi numbers or name of the Hindi, most Indians have this kind of ye dil mange more. Always our expectations are on the higher side. So all those expectations may not be fully met. I think within the circumstances, the FM has done the best of a difficult job.
Yeah, very well put, sir. Basically, the economic survey presented on Friday basically kind of gave in the roadmap that the growth story continues. This is not cyclical. This is part of the structure. And largely, whatever the announcements have been made is basically in towards that direction. Vikasji, your initial assessment of what you liked in the budget speech, and if something which stood out for you, like you want to highlight that?
Good
As I
afternoon.
said, oh, sorry.
No problem. I'll
Good
come back.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Sinha. Good afternoon, Mr. Sharma. I think that when I look at the budget and I went through the entire 90-minute speech that the finance minister made, it looked like she was presenting a budget of a superpower. And I would like to say this, that this whole budget, if I have to sum it up in one line, it's a penthouse gamble. The government has presented a blueprint for a developed India, a Viksit Bharat, that is architecturally magnificent. We see a staggering, I think, 12.2 crores committed to infrastructure and 7 high-speed rail corridors that promise to shrink the geography of our country. We see a silicon sovereignty through a 40,000 crore semiconductor mission designed to shield us from the global Trumpian tariff. On paper, it's a budget of a superpower. But as any architecture will tell you, a penthouse is only as stable as the plumbing beneath. And today, that plumbing, our jobs, the rural wages, private investment, is showing significant strain. I'll talk about three things that I focused upon. The first one is the crowding in wages. The state is doing all the heavy lifting, but betting the world-class roads will finally coax a shy private sector into building factories. But with global headwinds and high interest rate, many CEOs will hesitate to board the train that the government is trying to build. I think that's something that the government really needs to address. The second is the rural-urban fault lines. The budget clearly talked about cities. She's trying to position the cities as the engines of growth, but rural India hasn't really got its due. The government has attempted a major plumbing fix by replacing Manrega and increasing the work guarantee to about 125 days. This is welcome safety net, but in my view, it's only a floor, it's not a ladder. It manages distress. It doesn't necessarily create the high productivity jobs that the youth are demanding. Third is the physical tightrope. The 4.3 deficit target that she's talking about is a gold star for global market, and I hope we are able to do that. But it rests on a very optimistic 10.5% or about 10% growth assumption. If the global economy doesn't do well, or if we face some more trade wars, we may find ourselves cutting essential spending on health, education, just to keep the headline numbers looking pretty. Finally, the budget shows a government that is finished with the taper and is ready to take off. It is coherent, it's disciplined, and in my view, not a complete budget.
Do you think it's like work in progress, which has been announced, and more things will unfold as we step into the new fiscal year? As we have seen in the past, that not everything is announced on 1st of Feb. A lot of tweaking and feedback is taken into account after sitting down with the industry, specific industry. I'll get that to you, but Manoranjan ji, I just wanted your views. Do you see any kind of measures or push to for the agriculture sector? I mean, largely I couldn't hear anything on agriculture. I heard a lot of support system for agriculture based things on fisheries or other things. But is that something a miss, or enough has been announced outside the budget? That is why that was not addressed today.
Well, yes, there could be some element of disappointment in the agriculture section. Fisheries and some other measures have been announced. Crop diversification also, I think, featured, but then some more could have been done because while agriculture contributes only about 17% to India's GDP, about 47% of India's workforce still engaged in agriculture. So there is some kind of an asymmetry here. There are also significant forward and backward linkages with the larger domestic economy. So agriculture should not be seen mainly only for the prism of 17% contributor. It has a significance for historical, comparative, food security, social security, inflation, a variety of reasons which transcend its share. If I may say, it use a more colorful expression, agriculture punches well above its weight. So possibly some more focused attention on agriculture and a broadly rural development also to some extent would have been more welcome.
And Vikasji, in the backdrop of two important announcements which were outside budget, one is the Indo-UK trade agreement and one Indian EU trade agreement. Do you see in that backdrop enough measures have been outlined to support the manufacturing and other sectors once this comes into an effect, Vikasji?
I think our biggest problem with the manufacturing sector is, and many people don't realize it, is I always call it the missing middle. Our manufacturing sector is not competitive enough. There are certain challenges that people clearly understand and know. But I think one thing that's always ignored is the role of the MSMEs, not the MSMEs, but the SMEs, who can really add competitiveness to our manufacturing system. Unfortunately, our SMEs are not strong enough. They are not large enough to really provide their impetus in terms of logistics support, in terms of uh, providing the right kind of quality. Now, what the finance minister has done, and that's really welcome, is she's putting in some money for the MSMEs, about 10,000 crores. I think that's a very welcome step. A lot more needs to be done. Manufacturing is key to India's growth because we have probably got to about 55% as far as service is concerned to the GDP, but without getting manufacturing to about 25%, 22 to 25%, I think we will not be able to get the jobs that the Indian youth really deserves.
Mhm. Manoranjan ji, about municipal bond, if this was something, how significant is this announcement of supporting big cities who go in for 1,000 crore plus of municipal bond? What does it do to the ecosystem of that city and all that? Do you think that's extremely significant announcement which was not made before?
Well, yes, certainly, because in terms of public finance, standard public finance, particularly in the case of a country, emerging market, traditionally, uh, center was focused on whether you look at your borrowings, whether you look at fiscal deficit, whether you look at some revenue potential. Gradually, we came down to the state level, and now we are focusing on this district level, municipal level. So, all these institutions, to a varying degree, are facing some kind of a financial squeeze, fiscal restraint. In fact, there has been a lot of statements, some kind of a theoretical studies also published that the institutions at the lower end of the spectrum, particularly the states and even more the municipal organization, district level organization, face greater heat in terms of running their finances. So there has been a sharper focus on generating internal revenue accrual in turning generating more funds. So to that extent, it's I have not seen the details, I have not seen the fine print, but prima facie. But here there is again an element of asymmetry in the sense that all municipal bonds may not do equally well. Some of the more developed, with better infrastructure, with better connectivity to state capitals and other highways, they may do better than some of the, if I may use a strong, back of the beyond kind of a things. So those are issues also need to be, one size does not fit all in here, as in most spheres of life and economic activity. So maybe some kind of a granular examination will have to be done.
And also, one important thing which caught my eye was that how does the budget enable increased participation of private capital in capital expenditure part? Government has been putting its bit. Vikasji, do you see any kind of measures or nudge which will help private sector participation in capital expenditure? Because economic survey also said that private sector is investing more outside compared to the FDI coming into the country. Does this budget address that issue?
I think the economic survey really addresses this well. We should ask a question that why are the private sector shying away from investing? I think the climate, the finance minister and the government needs to look into that. It needs to ensure that the climate for people who bring in money, who invest money, is the ecosystem is better. It's more robust for them to make money. Unfortunately, our ecosystem, I mean, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister have talked several times about the Inspector Raj going away, but it really hasn't gone away. If you really look at it, for every money, every rupee that the Indian ecosystem puts in, our productivity is amongst the lowest. So the private sector would like to see a better climate. They are also waiting in the wings. They're hoping that the tariff with the US is settled. So there are certain headwind that needs to be solved. The Commerce Minister was talking about getting this deal done. That will probably provide a fillip because that will bring in some kind of a certainty uh, to the private sector investment. But I think there are a lot of things that needs to be done internally. Deal is only one of it. The government needs to create the ecosystem for the private sector to bring in money and invest. For example, we're talking about investment in the capex now. Mr. Sharma was talking about the IM study saying 3.2 times is the multiplier. But we must also examine what kind of investment provides the 3.2 multiplier. Every investment or every capex that goes into the government goes into doesn't have the same multiply effect. For example, our study says that if you provide gender equality, it is a 4 times multiplier. But giving 1,000 rupees as freebies to every woman will not give you that 4 times multiplier. What will really give you the multiplier will be that if you can provide, um, if you can enable a group of women in every district or in every village to set up a business, and that can be easily done. The finance can be provided, the ecosystem can be enabled, and that provides the 4 times multiplier, not giving 1,000 rupees to every woman household. So the government needs to move away from these kind of freebie, probably is not the appropriate word, but the government needs to make sure that it's investing in the right place. Right sizing investment is one, but putting it in the right place is, in fact, more important.
That is perhaps that announcement of She Mart, which she made during the middle of the budget, that to enable women turn entrepreneur, not just be dependent on accessibility to credit, could
Yeah.
be that one thing in the right direction. But Mr. Sharma, on
I,
private wealth participation, investment, and also these announcements of infrastructure focus, high speed rail corridor, is it like too late or it's right time to announce such thing? Because we still haven't seen that bullet train famous project anywhere from starting. while there is enough infrastructure being built, 10 times length of highways have increased, uh, route rail kilometers have gone up, expressways have come up, more airports, almost twice the numbers for since 14 has been made. In that background, are these right noises to make? Because infrastructure project takes good amount of 5, 6, 10 years to actually implement. So how do you see these announcements in that backdrop? Is it just to make the right noise to the overseas investors?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that would be taking a too harsh, too aggressive view of things. Yes, we travel around the country. I'm sure most of you would also be traveling. We see this as a infrastructure development in India, whether you look at economic survey, whether you look at RBI publications, whether you look at a state plan, or you look at anecdotal evidence when you travel. I travel to UP and some other places, Lucknow. We see infrastructure happening all over the country in a big way, in a kind of way which was seldom imagined in the past. However, there are two, three aspects to it. One is, I think, broadly, I will agree with you and Mr. Vikas Singh that infrastructure here, projects have always in India been saddled by what I think we call them too basic, something like a double whammy. That double whammy is time and cost overrun. So these are aspects still continue to play a role, even though their influence is diminishing over the years across geographies in India. Another issue related to, you said the Mr. I think Vikas Singh also referred to ecosystem, the broader industrial climate and infrastructure related. Here I will also highlight one other issue that again we have made for the private player for investment to crowd in. When government puts a lot of investment in infrastructure, other public finance will give you standard terms like externalities. So external benefits happen. I don't have time to go into it. But then here what happens is, again, I'm using the back of envelope calculation. There are for rule of thumb. If you do some kind of a best practice study all over the world, you'll find in developed countries, logistics accounts for something like 8% of the total cost, final cost. Whereas in India, it used to be 14, about 5, 7 years back, used to be about 14.5. Now I'm told that I had some discussion with senior government officials working in the Niti Aayog, other important ministries. I'm told it's just come down significantly to about 12% or so. So there's significant progress over the years in the space of, but still, 8 to 12% is a big, massive difference. 4% may not seem much to you in absolute terms, but when you look at it in percentage terms, the difference between 8 and 12 is not 4, it's 150%. So one particular factor, this is throwing all our cost calculations, cost competitiveness out of the window. Some good work, as I said, has been done, but this is something we must need to do, keep doing at it, so that we are at a level comparable to the best in the world.
Right, sir. And on the important critical issue aspect of employment generation, which has always come up in various reports and surveys, Vikasji and Manoranjanji both can comment briefly on that. How do you see budget announcements and measures from whatever the speech has been? Does it have enough to keep creating this employment situation? While she has made announcements regarding setting up of industry linked thing, whether it's in the biopharma space or on other aspects, does it have enough to boost or give confidence that sustained and employment which is useful for the industry, like in the tourism side and in hospitality, she did announce with participation of hotels and all to train people. uh, what are your views on that employment
I,
generation?
I think that a couple of things that I really liked. I think India's big problem about jobs is not going to come in from this investment in the semiconductor or in the uh, in those high-end sectors. India's job problem can be solved job problem. I'm not talking about income problem. Job problem can be solved through tourism. I think she's talked about it. Textile is another great employer. She talked about it. Hopefully, these two sectors will add to the several jobs. But Ashish, my challenge, my problem with these kind of quick fixes is that while we can create the jobs, but the income that they generate from these jobs is extremely poor, is extremely low. We are not giving them the ladder. We're just giving them a step into it. India needs to do much more. If you looked at the 1990s and early 2000, we were creating IT jobs. Today, we create gig workers jobs. So creating job alone is not sufficient, is necessary, but it's not sufficient. We need to focus on creating high-end jobs. We need to focus on creating jobs that is sustainable. One of our studies says that even today, close to about 75% of the employed, and I'm saying employed, their earning is still lower than the per capita income of this country. Now imagine most of the jobs that's created in India are created in a sector or in a segment where the salary is very low. They are not provided the kind of job security. They are not provided the kind of benefits that gives them dignified life. So that's the problem. But I think it's a welcome step that she's talked about the textile sector. She's also talked about the tourism sector. These are the two biggest sectors for jobs, but a lot more needs to be done. Creating bullet trains is not going to solve a problem. We are still a low economy country. We are not even a middle income economy. This budget to me seems like the finance minister believes that we are already a high income economy, which we are not. A lot needs to be done. We will be there, and 2047 is a good target, but a lot more needs to be done before we reach there.
Yeah, like you mentioned it, penthouse budget. So she's forgotten about the below floors of what is extra is required. Manoranjan ji, we are ending towards like,
May I come in on this issue?
please, sir.
Mr. Vikas Singh has covered several bases, but let me highlight that this is employment issue is too staggering, too complex to be broken down into simple terms. Here, to my mind, what we need is a broad spectrum strategy in which all the stakeholders, the government of the day, central government, state government, municipal, private sector, public sector, MSMEs, entrepreneurial, industry association, everyone has to play an important part. Among the sectors, and to a certain extent, there's been focus in this budget on MSMEs, tourism, banking and financial sector, they can contribute significantly. There's also some talk of gig economy and self-employment ventures. So they promote, but then it is a complex thing. We should not look at something like this can be done overnight. It has to be looked as part of a process, but we have to keep doing it, and gradually we can make a dent to a move towards full employment.
So Manoranjan ji, last point, how much marks out of 10 would you think you will give to this budget?
8 on 10.
Great. And Vikas ji, what will be your rank?
6.5.
Okay. Is it harsh or?
No, I'm being realistic. I know. I think she's done a good job under the circumstances, but we expected much more. I think we need to address the rural sector that was not
Yeah.
addressed. We need to focus on job creation. She talked about it, but I don't see a roadmap for that.
Thank you, Vikas ji. Thank you, Manoranjan ji, for those insightful analysis of budget presented today by Nirmala Sitharaman. Thank you for the time. And we'll move on to the next panel. May I request Salman to put up the guests?
Thank you. Pleasure being with all of
Thanks.
you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Manoranjan.
Ashish.
Thank you, Vikas ji. Urvi, over to you to introduce your own panel on market reacts and how to market is reacting right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sinha.
Thank you.
I was hearing your panel intently. I must say it was quite engaging. But now we move ahead to one of our key pillars of the economy, which is the markets. And I would like to introduce our panelists. We have Mr. Gaurav Seth, who is CEO of 5 Paisa or 5 Paisa. Correct me if I'm making an error there. We have Mr. Gulam Zia, International Partner, Senior Executive Director, Knight Frank. We also have Mr. Prashant Tapse, Senior VP Research, Mehta Equities. Next, we have Mr. Vikas Satija, MD and CEO, Shriram Wealth. I would like to welcome all our panelists and thank you for taking the time out. I know it's a Sunday and I would like to believe that you you had other stuff to do, but thank you so much for taking the time out and joining us, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good evening, everyone.
Great. So let's start with the opening thoughts. Mr. Seth, let's start with you. What did you think about the budget from the markets angle and from your business side?
Okay, so I think, see, overall, I think it's a very pragmatic budget. So there are overall, if you see the push on manufacturing and capex, that's been the key highlight, at least from my perspective, what I've studied so far. That's one of the key highlights. If you look at the increase in capex, is the outlay for that has gone up from 11.2 lakh crore to 12.2 lakh crore. So I think that is one standout. The other standouts, from a market perspective and in general, I think as I used to be in the US earlier, and now I face this problem back then too, so which is the people residing outside of India can invest in Indian equities straight away. So that limit has been increased. I believe from 5 to 10% at an individual level and from 10 to 24% as a consortium of holding in that company. So that again I think is a very big positive. And a lot of us have actually been thinking about doing something like this. So I think that's a very big positive that the government has done. The third thing I would say again from a markets perspective is the whole fixed income space, where the government has come up with a corporate bond market making framework. And if you've spoken to a lot of people or platforms in this space, the number one thing that people come up with is the lack of liquidity, right, in corporate bonds. So that means this creates a market maker kind of a framework, so it increases liquidity and also makes sure that there are people or companies who are in need of funds can borrow. So I think that's another standout. Of course, I'm expecting this question, so I'll answer it straight away. Is like, what about STT on futures and options? And so that's gone up substantially, both on futures 150% and on options selling, both buying and selling by so 150% and 50%. And that's kind of in continuation of some of the reforms or some of the actions that the regulator had taken earlier, and now with the government increasing STT on both these options. So I would say the initial reaction of that would be negative, as we can see in the market. But over a period of time, I think that's going to normalize, that people digest the fine print and come back into the market. Second is it also makes sure that it's pushing in the direction of that you do not do blind speculation, and people should know what they are doing, and they be more educated in the market, specifically when I'm talking in this sense in the derivative side. So that is it. I think the fourth standout in general for our economy, which everybody's talking about, is AI. So from an AI perspective, I think it's a blockbuster sort of visionary budget in terms of expanding funding for multilingual models, which is a need of the hour, building of data centers to build data sovereignty, because you have the entire layer, you have the entire data center layer, which is compute. On top of that, you're running models. On top of that, you're running applications. So you're building something for India. And there are a lot of concessions that they are even giving foreign companies to build those data centers in. So that would be my overarching comments on the budget.
I would like to thank you for answering that in such depth. Even before we have started our round of questioning, and with that, I would like to welcome Mr. Tapse. Sir, what about you? What are your views on the budget as far as the markets are concerned?
So I think Government of India successfully delivered a non-event budget again, exceptional case with respect to the SCT increase. But again, they want to keep every big events out of this budget, and the way they have done it for GST 2.0 in the mid of the last financial year. So I think government has that focus so that timely, whenever there is a requirement, there will be a good reforms which will be announced. But I think this would be a neutral to positive in terms of overall budget outlook. But from a trader's perspective, I think there was no halwa ceremony for everyone. Certainly, when there was a STT announcement, market actually really answered everything. It was almost down by 700 points in Nifty. So overall, if you ask me with respect to what is your outlook, I think the rating would be almost like 6 to 7 out of 10.
Okay, I would like to believe that's a slightly higher rating on the positive side. So great. Mr. Satija, what about you? What's your take?
So, first of all, thank you for having us here. Let me put it like this, that I think government has come out with a very pragmatic budget. And when I say so, I saw with all honesty and humble this thing that look at where the fiscal deficit was. I think they've been able to get it down to 4.4. The next year, again, the projections are similar with 4.3. Clearly, I think the Honorable Finance Minister has laid down a path saying that we will have extra spends on infrastructure, focus on manufacturing. I think these are great initiatives to work around. From long-term point of view, one would come back and say clearly, I think these are the areas which one needs to work around. So I think from a budget point of view, yeah, like just my other panelist, Prashant, just mentioned saying that it's become like a non-event, but because a lot of things happened during the year. So there were GST, which happened, then you had personal income tax, which happened in the previous year. So I think there was not much of scope as far as the government was concerned to be able to do too many things across that. Yeah, I think we are very, very bullish with a long-term view. We clearly believe that what government is set out as an agenda to do, I think it's on the right track. I think keeping fiscal deficit in check is what is the most important aspect, and I think they've been able to achieve that.
Okay, great. I think what you mentioned is something that all of us were thinking, that the basic macro stability is in order. Mr. Zia, up to you now. What is your take on the budget today? You're on mute.
Thank you so much for inviting me on this panel with so many celebrities on the panel. It's a pleasure. Since my focus or my expertise is real estate, and as I guess the tone and tenor of the other panelists' discussions also is pretty much the same, real estate has actually received a lot of focus and attention in last 10 odd years. Big bang reforms, whether it is RERA, GST, a lot of things have happened for real estate and continue to happen. So, while the industry bodies like the developers, etc., would want to talk a lot about expectations out of the budget, but last so many years, whenever I come on these panels, real estate is never the focus on these panels or from the finance minister side. So to me, when I look at it from infrastructure perspective, because indirect benefits come a lot for real estate. For infrastructure, it's a game changer. I won't really call it that big, but then addition to almost 10% addition to the spending on infrastructure is a big thing. Talking about high-speed rails, connecting 7 corridors that they're talking about, connecting most of these key cities with a lot of other key destinations is a big move. So here, whenever my favorite example is when you go to Japan, the transportation from one place to the other would be on an average 300 km per hour kind of rail networks. And here in India, we don't even cross 100 km per hour. The moment we are doing that, then many of those tier 2, tier 3 cities will come in the center or focus. And that is where these high-speed rails, and we are still talking about HSRs, the bullet trains or the 500 plus are really future. But when we are talking about high-speed rails, we are actually putting the foundation stone for a better connect in the whole country. And to me, that I would say is a game changer with all these HSRs coming. Of course, another freight corridor from Siliguri to Surat. A lot of these initiatives, waterways for improving the movement of stuff from within the country. So a lot of these initiatives have happened. And for me, infrastructure will have a lot of fallout coming in for real estate, job growth, prosperity, and all of that will create demand for housing. So that's how it will be. But one expectation from affordable housing perspective, we're expecting something to be done. And that's one disappointment. The mid to lower end of real estate, as it is, developers have run away from it. No developer is doing affordable housing. So today's supply side is almost dried up. Even government hasn't really given any focus on affordable housing. And that's a little disappointment for me.
Yes, it was indeed a manufacturing and service sector heavy budget this time, and I completely concur with you that the housing aspect was one of the key factors that was ignored. With that, I would like to invite my colleague Mr. Krishnakant to ask the next set of questions. Over to you, Krishnakant.
Thank you, Urvi, and thank you for all the panelists to join in. I would like to ask Mr. Satija and also Mr. Tapsi, you can join in as well. How do you think that, since the market is quite unhappy with this budget, as we have seen a market tumbling up to 3% in today, how do you think this capex-led growth impacting the market in the days to come?
So, Krishnakant, let me quickly first say that the market immediate reaction was something like what Gaurav said, because you had a situation wherein there was STD getting increased on FNO. So, immediate reaction of the market post that news was obviously bound to be there. But I think if we go into the depth that why would somebody want to do that, and that too coming in directly from the government at the time when there's so much of volatile time, I think it's more to safeguard the retail investors. I think what we have seen in past over last 18 to 24 months, the retail investors are the one who have been losing out a lot of money on the FNOs. And one of the reasons to safeguard was the best way to do is that maybe increase STTs and get them to downplay this side of it. So I think the move is more coming from their side rather than just thinking on the tax aspect or the revenue collection aspect of it. So I think it was very, very clearly coming from that. I think from a market point of view, I think as time would evolve over next few days or few weeks, people would start understanding that how would be the infra thing play out, how would be the capex cycle play out, what would happen in the MSME segment, which they are thinking. I think from a long-term point of view, I think it's a very, very big positive. So we are very, very bullish on it, that we believe that initiatives on these sides would make sure that it's a long sustainable growth which one is looking at. It's not a short-term growth. So market might have spooked for one particular news, which is what happened at that moment. There was expectations that something will happen on the taxation side also, which didn't come. But I think on the taxation bit, as I mentioned earlier, that in the previous budget as well as during the course of the year, they have done some amendments both on the personal tax side as well as the GST. There's a new income tax act which will come into effect in April. So I think they didn't want to tinker much, is what one would want to say that. Yeah.
I agree. I agree with what Mr. Vikas said with respect to the market reaction. But obviously, government is trying to focus and drive you towards long-term investments rather than being a trader in the market. We have seen last 2 years how markets have been traded, and a lot of investors have converted to be a trader. And we know how the data is showing almost 95% of the traders are making losses in the market right now. So government indirectly is pushing you to be an investor in the market so that you enjoy the long-term benefits out of it. But again, when we see with a very keen inside route of the trading perspective, this rise in FNO activities will majorly impact very soon, but very, very small term of in terms of value. Government collected almost 53,000 crores of revenue out of that last financial year, and this time they have targeted almost 75,000 crores of amount from the STT. But now again, I think even they are going to fail to collect those taxes in this financial year. So overall, the government outlook is to force you to be a long-term investor rather than making a lot of uninformed decision in the market and make losses, and make sure the government is earning more of that.
All right. Mr. Seth, as you have mentioned the retail side of STT hike, how do you think the brokerages are going to digest this aggressive hike on STT?
So so this is a tax increase. So I would not even make the statement that we have to digest it. At the end of the day, the people who are our customers have to digest it. I think I would repeat what I said earlier. Like the key takeaway for this is that you need to make profit for tax, right? So people who are trading in the markets are doing it for obviously capital appreciation, making short-term gains and so on and so forth. This just puts additional pressure on what they take away at the end of the day on their earnings. So the question that you ask yourself as a customer, as a trader, is that then how can I be better so I continue to be profitable? And that just comes to the point where blind speculation for people who are just blindly speculating the markets without understanding how this space works, I think that's going to have a negative impact on it. And that is okay, because to a certain extent, that kind of activity should not be encouraged. But people who are serious in the market, they will continue to. I don't think so. They're going to be deterred by whether it is a hike in STT, etc. Obviously, it will have a material impact on their earnings for sure. And as I said, I think it could have some short-term impact on brokerage as a whole, as you can see how the market has reacted. But in the medium term and a longer term, even major changes that have come, people have been able to digest and come back to normal.
All right. Moving on with so the point is, key government has also introduced, PMS incentives. So, do you think, as FIIs have sold nearly 39,000 crore in January, do you think this PMS scheme is going to intensify, or is it going to bring any foreign monies into the Indian market?
Yeah, I'm quite positive of that move. I think overall, you can't time box that if a certain number has gone out of the Indian market and that this whole scheme will get it back. I don't think that is the right way to look at it. The right way to look at it is that it broadens the base of our equity capital market, specifically with respect to foreign capital. And a lot of this foreign capital also comes from Indians as a whole, right? Non-resident Indians who are in some form of capacity, actually Indians. And as I said, like they've always faced this problem of investing in Indian equities, Indian markets for a very long time, and it has been very, very burdensome to do that. So operationally and by from a regulation perspective, it is great because the money starts to come in. They are happy. They're able to invest in the India growth story. And to answer your first question, that whether it corrects for some of the money that has moved out, yes, to a certain extent, but it's hard to predict how much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Zia, how do you think the trajectory of real estate sector is going to be after this budget?
Well, real estate has been going through a great time last 2 to 3 odd years. When you talk about the sector, the developers have been, I would say, after almost about 10 odd years of a lull, we've got a bumper time with which developers are enjoying for last 2 3 years, and I'm sure all your realty indices, etc., are talking about it. But that said, the issue is that the current growth of real estate is a very, very, I would say, myopic kind of focus on the sector, because everything is a luxury, uber luxury, etc. And that's what, the sector has put their eggs all in one basket, which is luxury housing. And that to me is a kind of a big concern. And I wanted to see some kind of a push from government coming in for affordable housing, which there was none. As I was talking about earlier, even the supply side players have all left because they wanted low-hanging fruits, and you can't blame them, because for almost about 10 years they were running dry, and suddenly the real estate bouncing back, focus on upper end of the market was not wrong. They were there. But the problem is, going forward, it will not last long. And that's a concern. I would have loved to see some intervention coming in, while Niti Aayog and the others have been focusing on improving affordable housing and housing for masses, as well as rental housing. But from the industry perspective, not much of initiative or not much of a motivation coming in for them to shift their focus towards the rest of the market. But to me, it's a scary situation, because the whole of the real estate industry is only focusing on a very, very narrow segment, which is upper end luxury. Perhaps in times to come, they will have to relook at their strategies.
All right. I would also like to, let Urvi ask some questions to the panelists now.
Thank you, Krishnakant. Mr. Tapse, the next question is for you. Are we going to see the budget impact the FIIs, or are they going to move on with tariffs and domestic corporate earnings?
I think that will continue to serve this market in the negative sentiments. The way markets have really worked from last 3 to 4 months. So earnings is a major concern for the FIs to come back to India. And from last 3 quarters, we are missing out of any delivering from the loss of corporate earnings. But again, with respect to tariff, again, still everybody is on the wait and watch. Every weekend, there is some new update from the Trump administration with respect to tariffs. So these are the 2 concerns. Obviously, if something goes very much clear before March 26, I think Indian markets will try to digest that and come back to a good normal way. But earnings are getting more on weightage.
Okay. Mr. Satija, I would like to pose the same question to you. What is your take on the FIIs henceforth?
It's a combination of two, three things. I think what Prashant mentioned very clearly is that the earnings have to come up, because as an investor sitting anywhere, any part of the world, the first thing you have to see is how the earnings are. And if the earnings are in line, I don't mind putting it at whatever the PE might be. If the earnings are in line, I think I'm confident to putting. But at the same point of time, I think the other thing which one has to realize very, very clearly is that the speed of depreciation of rupee has been very, very fast. So if I'm an investor which is sitting outside India and I'm seeing a rupee depreciating at 7-8%, it really throws a jitter to me. So I think that also has to be taken into account. So that's been very clearly. So one is the earnings, and secondly, obviously, the kind where the rupee has depreciated is also given a concern. But we are very, very bullish that I think once we start seeing the earnings back into track, and which should happen over the next 2 quarters, and you would start seeing a lot of these FPIs wanting to come back and wanting to put in money, because I think they are at the rock bottom. If I look at the last 15 years, their current holding is at the rock bottom. So clearly, India is a favorable market and they would want to come back, and oil prices where it is. That gives us an additional comfort that, yeah, the deficit numbers would remain so where it is. So that's what we are up to.
That's a very positive outlook. I must appreciate you for that, sir. And now, Mr. Seth, the next question is for you, and it's a slightly general yet interesting question. Which sector do you think is going to outperform all others after Union Budget 2026?
Well, disclaimer: we don't give those kind of recommendations in our position. So I would not hazard. But I think I'll give you a general comment. I think this is if there's one takeaway from this budget, this is an infrastructure budget. And infrastructure, both physical as well as digital. And we hear a lot about physical infrastructure and capex, capex outlay, etc. So the government has done that, which is great. High-speed rail corridors, a fellow panelists have talked about high-speed rail corridors, manufacturing, farming sector, and so on and so forth. But also digital, which we are not talking about a lot, right? Which is the whole start of the AI revolution. And at least the whole, like numbers aside, the whole blueprint to build these data centers in India. There's one particular, I think, line in the budget which talks about some incentives or a lot of incentives to even foreign companies who are going to set up data centers in India and they're going to sell their services via Indian resellers. So while they're inviting foreign capital and making sure that the Indian companies also benefit from that. And that is the next gold rush, as you can see, hyperscalers across the world, which is Google, Meta, etc., investing a lot in data centers. So that is one. Second is on top of that, building those all multilingual sovereign models where we control the data, we control the models. So I think that forward-looking, impact of this budget we will see a couple of years later, because with this whole AI piece coming. So it is. So my takeaway for this is that it is an infrastructure budget, as much on the digital side to spearhead India in the AI revolution, as well as on the physical side. So you could take that as a sector, as a sunshine sector. You would take that as a recommendation.
Okay, great. Mr. Zia, what about you? Which sector, in your opinion, is going to outperform all others after this budget?
Unfortunately, I am only aware of real estate and infrastructure. The other esteemed panelists actually have much macro perspective, so I guess they are better equipped to answer that question. But from where I see it, and as what Gaurav also was talking about, infrastructure is the key takeaway. While the growth of 10%, if you look at it, 100 and whatever lakh crore that we're talking about, but compared to GDP, it has shrunk. That is something which I don't think many of them would talk about, because the rate of growth of GDP is much faster than our commitment to creation of infrastructure has been. Perhaps they want to put the house in order. Fiscal situations are to be improved also. But in spite of that, the spend that I see on infrastructure is heartening. And whether it is high-speed rails, tourism sectors, a lot of these initiatives that are coming in, to me, it's a great initiative. Infrastructure segment to me is definitely the big winner.
Certainly, I think even if we have a cursory read of the budget, we can figure that out, that it is a very infrastructure-heavy tier 2 and tier 3 focus budget as well. With that, Krishnakant, over to you, inviting you to ask the last set of questions.
Of course. Mr. Tapse, I would like you to answer this question, that which sector is going to outperform the equity market after this budget?
I think if you focus only on this budget, I think
Mm.
energy can be a one sector which can be highly focused. If you see the allocation, almost the highest allocation has been done for energy as a sector, 34% increase from last year to this financial year. So that can be one sector I am focusing more on, because if you understand energy need of India, I think it is growing very faster than any other industry. So in the infrastructure space, again, energy will also be part of infrastructure development. So that can be one sector which I am focusing more on. But again, not for this only 1 year. I think it can be a 5-year theme kind of story where India needs a huge requirement of energy. So energy would be one sector which I'll be focusing more on.
Krishnakant, are you there?
Yes, yes. So thank you all the panelists for joining this special session on budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
With
so
that,
much.
we would like to invite our next moderator, Mr. Rohit Chintapalli. He's our tech editor and he will be moderating our next panel. So over to you, Rohit.
All right, so let's just begin as we wait for our guests. Let me just do my introductions here. Good afternoon and welcome to our budget FY 2026-27 a technology conversation. This budget makes sort of one thing clear, and that is technology, particularly artificial intelligence and semiconductors, are sort of no longer the side narrative in India's growth story. The finance minister has explicitly sort of called out cutting edge technologies, including AI applications, under one of the three national kartavyas, placing tech squarely at the center of India's economic and strategic priorities. On the numbers front, the intent is sort of visible. The government has allocated 1,000 crores to India AI mission to build national compute capacity, support startups, fund AI research and talent. And this is FY 27 numbers. Semiconductors continue to see sustained backing. 8,000 crore for modified semiconductor and display manufacturing program, another 1,000 crore for India Semiconductor Mission 2.0. That was the big announcement this year, keeping the momentum behind large and capital intensive projects and announced over the past 2 years. Moving beyond AI and chips, the budget has quietly kind of talked about the digital backbone. In the last 2 years, we have been talking about data centers a lot more with the onset of AI and that diffusion kind of taking place. While they don't kind of appear as a standalone line item, tax holidays have been announced for cloud providers. They have been extended to 2047. Safe harbor margins for IT services have been also rationalized and expanded. Overall, IT and telecom spending has been pegged at 74,000 crore plus. But the big question, however, is not the intent but the impact. Do these allocations and tax reforms actually lower friction for startups and deep tech firms? Are we building a globally competitive semiconductor ecosystem or just assembling incentives? Are and perhaps the most important question would be, do we have the talent pipeline to match this ambition? To unpack this and more, we have a panel representing the full stack of technology value chain, you could say that. We have with us Ashok Chandak, President of India Electronics and Semiconductor Association. We have Nitish Sharma, CEO of staffing firm Team Lease Digital. We have Dr. Nagendra Nagaraja, founder, CEO, and chairman of Cupa AI, and Ankush Sabharwal, founder and CEO of Co-Rover AI. First of all, Mr. Chandak, let me go to you. Semiconductor seems to be the centerpiece of everything tech when it comes to budgets. Of course, they take the large part of the capex when it comes to building any kind of sovereign technology. That's been clear in the last many years. What are your takeaways from the budget and the address that Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman kind of did earlier today?
Hi, thank you, Rohit, and happy to be in the panel. The union budget announced today builds strongly on the foundation and a progress that is achieved under the previous 5 years time frame, both on ISM 1.0 as well as the electronic sector policies. And now India is moving from aspirations to credibility and to the execution, making itself as a serious and investable destination. And as it is evident from some of the budget supports, the policy measures is one of the important aspect of that. So the statement signals a very important point here actually, which I would like to highlight. It's a clear evolution from just the fab and OSAT centric approach to a full value chain strategy, which covers the equipments, the materials, the IP, the supply chain, including chemical gases, etc. So now we are moving towards a structural player in a global semiconductor ecosystem. And it is not only limited to the manufacturing of the chips, but owning the capabilities across the design, the product creations, and the supply chain, including the upstream inputs. So that's very important aspect on a semiconductor perspective. I want to also mention here the 1,000 crore is not the allocation of ISM 2.0, is going to be much higher actually. My understanding is the exact amount and the quantum is not yet spelled out in the budget. It announced that ISM 2.0 would happen, which is one of the important signal I would call to the industry as well as the various stakeholders, that there is a policy continuity and a semiconductor remains the core area of focus. Now, beyond this thing, there are a few things which I noted in the budget are also worth mentioning, which is related to the R&D, the training, the supply chain resilience, obviously, and also a focus on a technology adoption. So be it the AI mission, quantum mission, the RDI fund which was announced, all these things finally also are important element to the growth of the semiconductor sector. And you mentioned already 8,000 crore. So there is a 2,000 crore for fabs, 5,000 crore for OSAT, and about 900 crore for SCL modernization. So this is the extra outlay, which is about 70% more than the budgetary allocation compared to last year as a incentive to be paid out for the implementation and execution. And in addition, there is a spend outlay of about 1.5K, or let's say 1,500 crores for ECMS, which used to be paltry 30,000 or maybe 30 crore last year. So that's also a big step up. So overall, I see that we are moving from ambition to execution. The private sector as well as the global guys are responding. Obviously, there are a few challenges as how do we do the international tie-ups, how do we bridge the talent gaps and other topics, which we can discuss further should time permit.
Mr. Chandak, if I can just do a follow-up and get to understand,
Sure.
we have been talking about semiconductors as the centerpiece of what we're doing on technology side. In the last 4 or 5 years now, we have seen political will, but let me kind of get an understanding from you. Where are we when we talk about enterprises? We talk about global companies coming into the country. We have local players like Keynes as well kind of stepping up. Where do you see the momentum kind of going when it comes to 2026?
See, my view is there are two fundamental points which everybody need to understand. Number one is this is the long haul sector. It's a capex heavy and the implementation heavy. The fabs take 4 years, sometimes 5 years to build the big fabs. And the OSAT also takes like 12 months to 24 months. So we have to wait till these plants gets completed. What we understand this year, at least 4 plants are going to go into the commercial production. Now, under MITI, under ISM 1.0 by MITI, last year 10 projects were approved for semiconductor manufacturing. Those would receive the incentives under the ISM 1.0, or they call Semicon India program. But in addition, we are also tracking, there are at least 5 more projects. Those are in the pipeline, and these are approved and supported by the state governments. In Maharashtra, there is one, there is Gujarat, there is one Chhattisgarh, there is also in Tamil Nadu and also in Karnataka. So the projects wise, these have already moved up. The good thing is the Indian corporates, those were not willing to step in into this sector 5 years ago or 3 years ago, are now very much interested. So we have seen Tata, we have seen, let's say you referred about Keynes, but also Murugappa Group as a CG Power and HCL Group along with Foxconn. So you see Indian corporates are stepping in. And other than the capex, the long gestation period, the second point I want to highlight is, let's accept the fact, and nothing wrong in that. India never had the manufacturing expertise and a process know-how or technology for this. So we are today highly dependent on the global counterparts. Either they come and set up their operations just like Micron is doing, ATP on their own, or they get into a technology tie-ups with the Indian counterparts. Like CG Power as a technology tie-up, Tata Group has a technology tie-up, Keynes, and some other people, including HCL with Foxconn. So that is why our further future progress is also very much dependent on how we attract the global players, the international companies, to come to India, either invest on their own or join hands or a technology transfers. And I see that that is also good progress. Last month I was in Japan for a Semicon Japan event, very highly attended, and I met several companies, including we had an Indo-Japan forum where India's Semiconductor Mission CEO, Mr. Amitesh Sinha, others also joined. So there is a strong interest from even Japan, and there are other countries also, companies are very much interested. And that is what I would like to mention, that last year or last couple of years, we achieved a status of a trustworthy nation in this sector. So the biggest win in 25 is trust. And the biggest topic we need to address in 26, 27 is the execution and scale up. And that is how we should progress.
Right. So CAPEX has gone up, education and scale up has to happen. Let me bring in Ankush, founder and CEO of Corover, and he's an AI startup, and these guys are working with Google. They are beneficiaries of government funds as well. Ankush, a lot of conversation. I mean, the FM has kind of highlighted AI to be under one of the three kartavyas. What does this kind of mean for the AI momentum in India? Last to last week we were covering Davos, and we were talking about the global players and how they are approaching given the geopolitics. If you can give us your takeaways from the budget and where we are kind of placed as India.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. So great to be here. Thanks, Rohit. I think I see here a big transformation from the support to R&D innovation to the adoption, right? So if you see, especially I think Nagendra is here, the National Quantum Mission and India AI Mission, huge, I think great intent and great execution to support the tech companies like us to build the platform. So I think that probably should continue, but I think more than that, the adoption has to be thought through. And I think the pre-budget, I was expecting the same. So besides supporting us, there should be a support to the industry, to the organization, to the consumers to adopt this technology, right? So technology will keep building, right? There's no end to it. But I strongly believe we have good enough technology to now start using the technology in the sectors which matter, right? Which is the sector which matters the most is the food, right? All other industries come later. So, right, so food is important. And I always used to say, hey, where is the AI? So someone has to sow the seed and someone has to nurture it, harvest it, transport it, clean it, cut it and cook the food and eat it. So literally, as if they have heard it. So they said, farms to factory to fork. I think this is the right way to think. We can have enough FOMOs. We need to sometimes the vanities, optics are also important. We also, India has done it. All of that, let few people do it. The most of us should build applications which would help us in the sectors which matter. Agriculture, food, and healthcare, education, maybe the law and order, and few others, right? So maybe the education and others. So I think it's the right intent, and I think I forgot the name. Bharat, what was that? Bharat Vistar, right? You see again, government is thinking that last mile thing. It's kind of multilingual AI-led system. It's very low hanging, right? Many people were already doing it. Now you see that at national scale, someone is talking about it. It will be connected with the ICAR, and it will help farmers. So I think if it is one thing which I liked, or which I was anyways hoping, was the adoption of emerging tech. I might be biased to talk just about AI. So other things are again important. See, I think though, as we were richest 400 years ago, I think that is an opportunity again to reclaim it, because see, for AI, I always see as a three aspects. One, three kind of skills are required. One is AI literacy, which is not that important to discuss because people figure that out to use the AI-led solutions without them knowing whether AI is used. The second is building the platform, right? Few companies have to build. Third, which can actually disrupt and take India to the leading place, is the AI applications. I think we really have to think through it. So I think there is one more program from probably education to what was that? Education to enterprise something, and education to
The committee
employment
has been
enterprise standing committee. So I think this is important to articulate what kind of skilling is required. Deep tech skilling is already happening through engineering colleges and all that. So literacy, ignore. So to build AI application, right? So how do we democratize the creation of technology? We have to rethink it. We would not need engineers to create AI applications, right? So everyone, maybe 12th class onwards, and maybe any graduate, should be trained, or some kind of policies, some kind of awareness, so that they dare enough think about the problem and start solving it, right? And then we will see all sectors, all problems, and actually can be solved with AI, or at least can be efficient in many sectors. I think right direction. Of course, we all have to now go back and see how do we leverage it and really use it for the benefit of the country and the citizens at large.
Ankush, AI diffusion is something that is kind of talked about a lot internationally. We have a lot of users in country. I mean, OpenAI talks about India being the second largest consumer of ChatGPT. Anthropic has also kind of come out with a lot of numbers, and both of these companies are now coming to India. All right. So, what are the risks for startups here? One of the jarring numbers that you kind of see. I mean, I don't want to take names here, but when you make comparisons, you don't see as many users. And is there sort of a older colonial hangover when it comes to users, when it comes to Indian products? Are we not seeing as many users of Indian AI companies and products?
No, thanks for asking this. If you see, I think first of all, we should welcome everyone, right? So, and because no sector we could win just to not allow others. It would benefit in multi aspects. Let us also not blackmail people saying, "Hey, we are sovereign. Take our solution and don't take the best solution." So let them come. Let us compete and provide the best solution, and the pricing would also be normalized. So that is one thing. Second, if you're saying there are no users, so users for what? So why we need users, or why people would pay for the current AI services, which is question, answer, and all of that. So the important sectors which I was talking about, they are anyways not even impacted or dented even 0.1%, right? So no one, whether it's global companies or Indian companies, have actually solved the problems at scale. I think everyone is coming to figure out that use case, or probably they would be able to fail fast or be successful fast with India, right? India, we citizens they're very fast in adopting new technology. I think to fail fast or to be successful fast, India is the right market, but everyone. So I think few companies are building platform, good, but using that platform, a new platform or whatever, we have to find the right impactful cases which no one has figured that out, right? We should not have any FOMO. Let's not fear, enough pie for everyone, because every sector would be transformed using AI, right? So I think just competition to startup and all that, it should be there. So even I think the Prime Minister said, let's not build the AI toys. So if we have the real competition, we would not dare enough to build the AI toys, right? So let's have the real competition, solve the real problems, and then um, competition is not much, right? I don't see many serious players doing serious work. I would actually urge to have more and more people, so that more people try to solve and we learn from others' failures also. There is no competition. Who is solving the real problems?
Right. Right. So, Ankush, thank you. I think one of the bigger things to kind of address and the next bit of technology to explore is also quantum. Dr. Nagendra, thank you for joining us. And you are also one of the beneficiaries of centers funding. And you had I think you're the most bankrolled quantum startup of the country when it comes to center and also overall. Are you happy with this budget? What are you seeing? What are your perspectives? And also, if you can talk a bit about where we are as a country on the quantum front in 2026?
Thanks, Rohit. Thanks, everybody, for your time. So the thing is, there is one thing on the budget on the equipments and infrastructure. There is some says that they're given on energy equipment. Fabrication of quantum, and unfortunately, we have to figure out how do we get the equipment rebate on that thing of thing. So that is one thing. And yes, we are very thankful to National Quantum Mission, and they've been helping us a lot. The central government, not only central government, we also want to thank Karnataka government, which has been phenomenally helpful on setting up the QSC, Quantum Supremacy Center, where we got a land. And we also got our first order from IIIT Dharwad. Okay, we very, very thankful for both the government, center and state. Center has a pragmatic view of promoting technology. RDI fund is excellent thing that we will be also beneficiary, hopefully, of RDI fund for expanding our quantum supremacy center. Where we want to put at 100,000 qubit missions. That's going to be the most powerful quantum center in the world. First time we are talking about most powerful in the world. Okay. See, the problem with the technology, especially the intelligence, okay, you have to understand clearly there is an application layer, there is an infrastructure layer, and there's a technology, chip technology layer, and there is a lowest layer which is called energy. India is nowhere near the energy layer of US and China. In matter of fact, application we can do better. We have the most software engineers in the world. Application adaptation, yes, we will be good. But when it comes to owning up the full stack layer, but if you look at where the profitability is, or the way the wealth of AI is, that is going to be in the ground, that is energy layer, infrastructure layer, and chip technology layer. That's where the most profit is, right? And rest of them we can consider the application layer is 18 to 25% profit, and that's how it is going to play. Now, when you say we want to, what's the impact on quantum and AI? Quantum, we are a full stack company. Luckily, we are competing with likes of IBMs and Googles of the world, and no shying away from that. So we have built our fab. I'm talking to the location where the fab is. So this has been really enabled by central government, thanks to NQM and also state government, Karnataka. So this will lay the foundation for next generation of compute. But current generation, if you look at AI, it has to depend on GPUs, and it has to depend on a lot of energy. It has to depend on infrastructure. And if we consider the whole technology stack, we are just around maybe like 10% scratching the surface, and that the foundation model is somewhere else. So basically, that's the last game kind of thing. unless something drastic happens in AI and something comes back. That's there. But next generation, yes. When it comes to the power problems today, the problem with AI is like the grid is a problem because we can't transport that much power that AI is required. So people are building nuclear reactor next to the data center. So these are technologies really going to dominate in coming days. So we didn't, as India, like we didn't catch up semiconductor, we didn't catch up the OS operating system. Of course, we contributed richly to Linux, which is open source. But then AI is like the application layer, maybe like we may be very dominant because we have a lot of software engineers. But rest of the layers where the profit is, I think we may not be able to capture that. But in quantum, yes, we have a good chance because we have a lead here. Like we fabricated the qubit system before Taiwan does. Taiwan is at 20 qubit, we are at 64 qubit. So that means we did before Taiwan. Today, Taiwan announced their 20 qubit system, but we have 64 qubit here. And then we have building QSC that nobody has even thought about, which can compete with Stargate directly in terms of capability and certain workload. Stargate is the biggest data center that US is building with $500 billion capex, right? So these are things happening in India, and of course, the government has done phenomenally well. It's like this: they sowed the seed of innovation in quantum computing. Of course, we are one of the beneficiary. We are the plant that is growing into a big tree. Maybe we can create a forest as well. So that has been the case, and this budget also is taken care on the equipment side, energy equipment, and hopefully we can also get something in terms of the subsidies on the land and as well as I was in Singapore day for yesterday, and there it's clear that they will also give subsidy for initial hiring. That means if you hire 10 people, they will subsidize 50% of the salary over 10 people, first 10 people. Maybe I had to come up with some of these things for early startup. We are not in early stage, but that for early startup would be great help. But we are very content and really thankful and very grateful to the government of India, our PM, Narendra Modi ji, where he has a fantastic vision. NQM is doing extremely well, and of course, we look forward for the great results. Next will be, of course, export policies and enabling, indigenous technology to be easily exported, and also making sure that we install maximum number of quantum computers in India. So those policies, if it is there in place, I think that would help as well. So overall, it's fantastic.
Right. Dr. Nagendra Niti has talked about hiring a bit, so let me bring you into the picture as well. Niti, I wanted to kind of leave you last just because it's a big question mark in the age of AI, and also as the country kind of grows towards these frontier technologies and the scale they want India wants to kind of achieve is kind of been one of the highlights as well earlier today. So if you can talk a bit about, where are we when it comes to having the necessary skills. We are also kind of setting up the education to employment committee. That was something that was talked about. Uh, if you can kind of give us, I think 2 years back, we had a lot more initiatives being talked about when it comes to women, children, employment and wages. This year, it was a bit of a continuity budget, is something that I would like to say. A bit more focus on perhaps technology, but not as much. But nonetheless, what are your takeaways?
Yeah, thanks, Rohit. And you're right. I think I've heard all the three other panelists, and while we're talking about segments, what is an underlying horizontal across everything is how much skills do we have in our country that can fulfill the ambition of all the segments or all the sectors that we're talking about. In my view, I think we are still scratching the surface. We're getting started on AI. We are not there yet. I think we've obviously behind many other countries who had started couple of quarters or months or years ago. In terms of volume of talent, obviously India has the highest. We have a young population, our demographics are amazing, but how do we capitalize on that on the talent is equally important for us. Ankush did mention that, we do teach deep tech in engineering colleges. In my view, the percentage of students who actually learn that and are capable of doing anything on deep tech are so small as against what we actually can do. Because if you look at tier 2 institutions or tier 3 institutions, unfortunately, our education system is not uniform and we don't give the what do I call equal quality of education and opportunity to our students. So, do we have the wherewithal? I guess we do. The education to education to employment enterprises standing committee is a long word, so I keep forgetting. In my view, their agenda only has to bring the ecosystem together, because government of India has been spending thousands and thousands of crores in skilling, across segments, across tier 2, tier 3 cities, across villages. Whether it's a retail executive or a software engineer, lots of programs have come and gone. What has not ended up is that after the training, is the candidate, is the student getting a job. So the whole linkage between education, be it school education, higher education, apprenticeships, internships, work integrated learning, and thereon creating employable and employed job seekers. I guess that's the only agenda this committee should drive. I don't think they should drive anything else. We have an opening balance. We have a huge base. You talk of thousands and thousands of full stack developers that we have in our country. The base on, can we train them? Absolutely. Can we upskill them? Absolutely. But how do we do it uniformly? How do we give everyone an equal opportunity? How does a tier 2 engineering graduate benefit as much as a tier 1 engineering graduate? I think those are things are not called out, obviously. I think these are fine prints for each of these committees to define. But there would be about 3 to 4 million new AI jobs that will get created by 2030. Do we have the ready talent to fill these jobs? Not now. Can we do it? Absolutely. But there are lots of other things that are required to be done. And this is just AI. I mean, you were talking about semicon, you're talking about quantum, you're talking about deep tech, AI. Whether it is a chip design role, whether it is a product engineering role, there are so many new roles, exciting roles, very high value roles that are coming into our country. With about almost 2000 GCCs set up, many of them are not just back offices, they are business leaders in their own right. We have an opportunity to scale. I think the budget is in the right direction. But as I always call out, maybe it's the skeptic in me. It's not the intent that will help us alone. I think it's going to be the execution. How quickly, are the rules getting notified? How do they get implemented across states? How does everyone get equal opportunity? And how do we build our own AI skills for AI, data, chip design, advanced tech? I think there's just so much happening, so much to do. We have the capacity. I think it's about time that we build our capability. If everything that has been defined in the budget or called out in the budget today gets executed, we should be able to drive a lot of innovation and efficiency in our country. But it's all of us, and of course the government of India, the various state governments. We all have to do it together is what I would really call out. But yeah, right direction. I keep calling out execution is key.
Quickly, Niti, we have maybe only 2 minutes left with us, but if you can talk a bit about, one of the things focused on economic survey was that, uh, it's no more viable for us to kind of look at traditional job roles and how graduation and after that only work begins is the traditional way of going about, even outside our country. But that's been changing a bit more with apprenticeships. How quickly do we need to change that for every one of our industries, tech industry, to kind of be catered with the latest of the technologies and the latest of the talent?
Yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, hiring has very gradually been shifting from volume-based to skill-based. So if you look at over the last almost 12 to 18 months, even the IT services companies are not hiring the volumes that they're hired, but they are more than willing to pay a premium for the right talent and the right skills. So that shift is clearly happening. While we do what is required to be done, I think as employers, it is for us to also agree that just a degree will not be enough or a degree need not be enough. If organizations are saying, hey, it's okay if you are a 12th pass or a second year graduate, I will hire you because you have the right talent and the right skills and the urge to actually do more, the drive to do more. As employers, if we make that shift gradually, degrees will not be the only filter that all of us will use. Currently, that is the first filter, unfortunately, for most organizations. I know a lot of startups, a lot of AI startups are not looking at even graduates or STEM pass outs. They are looking at, you have the drive. Do you understand? Even if you're an 18, 19-year-old, as long as you're able to do what I ask you to, I will hire you and probably give you big bucks. So that shift is happening. But we have a very large working population. We have a lot of people in the informal sector as well. That will still be a very small percentage. We will have to make a mind shift and ensure that we start hiring people more for skills than just degree. That is where things will move. Apprenticeships, internships, work integrated learning, on the job learning, learn while you earn. I think all of those are optics. Many countries have dabbled with it, have been super successful. We are doing it. We've moved obviously for the last decade or so. We've made progress, but we need to do it at large scale. Otherwise, we'll still be talking of instances and nuances rather than actually moving the needle for our country.
We talked about moving the needle for the country in tech with all the four panelists here. I think Ankush talked about it, Dr. Nagendra talked about it, Mr. Chandak and Neeti, all of you have kind of talked about it. One of the common points of all of your conversations were education and scaling. At one point or the other, you have kind of touched on it. We hope to kind of continue these conversations. I'm just over time, so I'm trying to wrap up. Thank you, Ankush, Dr. Nagendra, Mr. Chandak, and Neeti for joining this conversation. I hope the next conversation we have next year will be 1 hour long so that we can squeeze in a lot more questions and insights from you guys. Thank you for joining. I think the next panel will be presented by Taranum Maljul. She'll be decoding the agriculture sector.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Well, thank you so much, Rohit. In fact, that was a wonderful conversation Rohit was having with the tech leaders in the country. And now Taranum Manjul, I'm an assistant editor with BW Business World. I have with me people who are from the agriculture sector. And as we all know, and as we all heard, agriculture was one of the major announcements today in the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. So the Union Budget 2026-27 has placed a renewed emphasis on agriculture with several key announcements aimed at boosting farm productivity, rural incomes, and long-term sustainability. In this discussion that follows in the next half an hour, 30 minutes to be precise, we will be discussing and examining how effective these measures and these announcements are likely to be on the ground and whether they can actually and truly future-proof the Indian agriculture. To analyze this, I'm joined by leading experts from across the agriculture and policy ecosystem. And let me just introduce my panelist here. With me, I have Mr. Amit Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Star Agri. Welcome, Mr. Agarwal. I have Mr. Avinash Karale. Yeah, I have with me Mr. Avinash Karale. He's the founder and CEO of Robotics AgTech. Hello, Mr. Avinash.
Hi, hello.
Yeah. And then I have Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Managing Director, Insecticides India. Hello, Mr.
Hello
Agarwal.
and good afternoon.
Thank you. And I have Mr. Soumyak Biswas, Partner, Food and Agribusiness, Business Advisory, BDO India. Hello, Mr. Biswas.
Hi. Bye.
So, in fact, just starting with the discussion, my first question would be to all the panelists. I'll just come to you one by one. Like looking at the budget and looking at the announcements, and it has actually put an emphasis on growth, resilience, and sustainability when it comes to agriculture. What are the two top interventions the government actually must prioritize to genuinely future-proof Indian agriculture against problems like climate risk, income volatility, and global shocks? Coming to Mr. Agarwal, Rajesh Agarwal first.
Yeah, I think the vision is correct and the execution is the key task, what is in front of the government, because the best part is that government has started talking that without the growth in agriculture, it is very difficult to achieve the economic targets of the country. So सबका साथ सबका विकास जो चीजें जो नारे इन्होंने बोले हैं, so they look very attractive. So where should be the focus? So AI is something which is already discussed, talked. So AI can benefit the farmers in many ways because they can understand what is the climatic situation, what are the infestations which their crop might have after a while. Because what is happening in our country, that using a medicine, people take it as a taboo. They try to avoid as much as possible. And what happens in this is that the disease become bigger. So if there is a pest infestation on the crop, or there is a weed infestation, weed means unwanted plants are grown, or disease. So they avoid using the medicine to a stage where the problem becomes big. And then to kill the bigger problem, you have to use more. People don't understand that. So with the AI intervention, I believe when they will be pre-informed and they know, yes, in their village or in their area, these diseases, attacks are going to come. So farmer might like to understand that situation, and there can be a common consensus to that, and sometimes it can change the habit of the people. So a wonderful move. Then when they talk about the plantations, so many plantations. So all these plantations are precision agriculture, or I would say value-added agriculture, where the profitability can be increased for the farmer. So thinking about increasing the profitability from of the farmer and moving him from the regular crop cycles, because in our country, people generally go for rice, cotton, or rice wheat movement. So they are sowing rice in the Kharif season and wheat in the Rabi season, or rice cycle. So all these cycles, they increase the capacity of these crops in our country more than our demand. So we have ample of food available in form of rice. And then we see that are they doing horticulture? Are they, though the horticulture production in our country has increased like anything, because it is the income generating solution for the farmer, but it is precise agriculture. The risk is more, the expenses are more. And the result is going to come little late sometimes if it is not the vegetable farming, because if it is fruit trees or any trees, what trees we are talking about today, FM has talked, I don't want to repeat that, but all those are long return crops. So the risk become higher. So people avoid. But if the government is going to do the focus and it runs some incentive schemes with that, then yes, we can convert the farmer. So good move, I would appreciate.
Thank you so much, Mr. Karal. And I, with that, move towards Mr. Avinash Karale with the same question. What do you think will be the top two interventions on which the government must prioritize? Sir, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. So, agriculture, as we have seen, right, agriculture currently, I would, the point I would like to point out is agriculture currently uses 80% of India's fresh water. And if Mr. Rajesh Agrawal talked about intervention of AI and pesticide. So similarly, the mechanization can be introduced at, at a level, at a grassroots level. And the mechanization has a challenge, how to, for like a company like us, the current challenge we are facing is how to make our robotics affordable for farmers, as the landholding in India if you see, it's not more than 2 to 3 acres per head, right? So for making the technology and make it affordable for people, for farmer, that is a challenge every startup is facing right now. So the schemes can be introduced for the farmers, which are like, subsidies, providing subsidies, and for companies such as like, production incentive linked, right? Currently, we have seen that in a EV sector, automotive EV sector, the government have given a huge push for EV, and in a current budget, electronic manufacturing is getting that push. So something like that for mechanization in agriculture requires a PLI scheme, I would say.
That's amazing, Mr. Karale, and thank you so much for your words. Coming to Mr. Amit Agarwal now with the same question. What, in your opinion, are the two moves that the government must prioritize?
So overall, this is a very progressive budget for Indian agriculture. The push for AI tool through Bharat Vistar that FM has announced, it's a very welcoming move from government side, because it's a clear intention that government you want to use AI in farm sector, and that is why they have launched this. Previously, they have launched AgriStack, which was very hugely successful. Now over on the top layer is a AI tool which will give the farmer multilingual option. So I think a lot of startup will create this tool, and government will use for farmers. So that's a 100% it is a very beneficial for farmers. And second is a database financing. I would say it's a recommendation. Farmer doesn't get financing in a full sense, proper sense. If farmer is growing is having 100-acre farms, and they want to take a loan at 9%, it's very difficult for them to take loan easily. So I think financing is the one thing where government can do better for providing credit linkages from the banks or NBFCs to the farmers. We have banks where they come under priority sector guidelines. They need to disburse loan in the agriculture sector to complete their targets. Similarly, NBFCs also recognize by government those who are lending in agriculture sector. Yeah, so they get cheaper rates from banks when they take money from banks, and when they lend, so they also can give the same benefit to the farmers. So there are two areas. One is a technology, data-driven decision, and in farming, and second is financing. There are two things which government should do.
Definitely. And now coming, in fact, with the same question to Mr. Soumya Biswas, you as a policy analyst, and you've been looking at, with a different view on the budget and on the agriculture sector as well. What is your opinion on what two things should the government actually, emphasize on?
So thanks, Taranam, for having me on this panel. So I think, as the other panelists also mentioned, so this budget definitely is a very welcome one, given the recent initiatives which the government has taken over the last few budgets as well. So one thing what the FM clearly announced, particularly on the Bharat Vistar program, right? So I think that can be embedded to drive more around the climate resilient agriculture, because that's the need of the hour, right? Because there are too much of the weather extremes on one side, water scarcity is another big area, right? And a lot of the farmers still struggle, right? So while we have done a lot of pilots, right, in patches across different parts of the country, or different state governments have done, but it's a high time we scale up these practices across the country, right? Because this is the need of the hour. So that's definitely one. So the main whole objective is not to produce more, but how you can actually produce it in a much smarter way, right? So that whatever we call it, that produce more crop per drop, I think that should not be just I think a catchy phrase. I think we should actually be an economic compulsion, right? So that's basically the need of the hour. Second thing, what I felt that the budget has very correctly done, that while of course the financial assistance or in the subsidies, they typically had been what we typically look out for in all budgets, but this budget has actually paved in some kind of the long-term structural measures, right? Particularly in terms of capex-based funding or the viability gap funding, which actually creates some kind of the resilient infrastructure, because a lot of the farmers actually face a lot of, I think, challenges in actually selling their product or distress selling, which have a cascading impact on the prices. And the last part, what I want to mention is actually the crop diversification, particularly focusing on the high value crops, right? So these are the, I think, couple of the areas, I think, which this budget has clearly laid out. And of course, the next focus area would be how effectively we can implement that.
That's a very valid point. In fact, the focus area would be how effectively can this be, implemented. So now coming to the next question to Mr. Amit Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, what do you think would be the specific budget measures that can actually accelerate post-harvest infrastructure, whether it's warehousing, grading, and market linkages, to actually reduce farm distress and also stabilize farmer incomes beyond the MSP dependence?
Yeah, so post harvest today the problem is in our there should be reform in selling the crop. When farmer grows the crop, he has to sell in the mandis. So there should be complete freedom by the government. Farmer can sell the crop to anywhere, to any processing plant or any dal mill or anywhere. Yeah. So there should not be compulsion that he has to go to mandis and he has to sell. So there should be a previously government has a program called ENAM. So they have an app call where farmer can come and it can just put his crop details and he can get the bids from the buyers. So this such kind of scheme should be promoted by the government, central government and state government as well, and private sector also be participate in such kind of intervention. So that digital mandi is a need of where farmer can sell their crop digitally. If farmer is not able to get good price, so he can just deposit the crop in the warehouse and can get the warehouse receipt based financing through banks. So the government intervention should be farmer should behave like a trader. So he should not sell the crop after immediate harvest. So if he sell, then he is not able to make profits. So our motive is to enhance his profitability by educating him for commerce, how to sell in a better way, and second is how to increase his productivity.
Amazing. In fact, yes, coming to Mr. Karale now, Mr. Avinash Karale. As someone from the agri-robotics and automation side, what fiscal incentives or policy support in the budget could actually drive large-scale adoption of precision farming amongst the small and marginal farmers?
Okay, so government have tried this, setting custom hiring centers at multiple levels. So those custom hiring center needs to be exempted for buying the machineries. They can government can certainly give them interest incentives or interest subvention as well. The custom hiring center can allow farmers to hire multiple technologies for their use. As you know, as you have mentioned, India's land holding is less. So to make the technology affordable through custom hiring center, that can be done. And the Indian farms are barely mechanized, as if you compare to the global level, US or even Brazil. The farms mechanization have reached at 90, 95, 98%. And Indians farms are barely mechanized at 30%. And in the name of mechanization, we have seen only the revolution in owning the tractor. The implements, the new age technology haven't reached to the farmers. So though that's where the custom hiring centers can play a major role, and government can definitely put some incentives on custom hiring centers.
Thank you so much. In fact, I would just like to welcome one of our panelists who's just joined in, Mr. Manoj Dabas, Country Director, India, CIFOR and ICRAF. Welcome, Mr. Dabas. If you can, sir, just switch on your camera.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry for joining late. I was, stuck in some place where I could not extract myself, so I apologize for my delayed joining. Thank you.
No worries, sir. Just quickly getting into the question with you now. You must have seen a budget, and there's a lot of focus on agriculture with different schemes and everything. How do you think that the budget 2026 can better integrate agroforestry and climate resilient land use models into mainstream farm policy while ensuring both ecological and income benefit for the farmers?
Well, I think agriculture sector of India is already, very much integrated with agroforestry. The question is that, the level of that integration is not as good as it should be. Just to give you a bit of statistic, Indian farmers already produce roughly about 75% of the wood that the country needs for industrial purposes. But the opportunity that we lose is that today we produce 75% of what we need and import 25%. But the size of the opportunity is that we can actually should be providing rest of the world 25% of its wood needs. So the question is of realizing the full potential of agroforestry in India, which has not been done, primarily because what Indian farmers have done it suo moto in response to market mechanisms and market forces because of shortage of wood in India. But the level of promotion that agroforestry requires has not come through from various agencies and through the government as such, because agroforestry somehow falls between the cracks between forestry and agriculture. And it is high time that the agriculture sector espouses the cause of tree farming with full gusto, and that will not only make the agriculture more climate resilient, because the first thing a tree does is to bring the temperature down on the ground by by the partial shade effect that it generates. And secondly, it all gives an alternative source of income to the farmer, because tree does not compel a farmer to harvest itself on a given date. A tree can be harvested now, it can be harvested even next year. It all depends what the market forces are. So integrating this market based decision making and promotion of tree farming onto agriculture fields, like we did for agriculture crops in 1960s when India was facing chronic and very serious food shortages. In the last 60 years, we have reversed our position in case of food grains by being a deficient country to a surplus country. On the other hand, in case of wood and tree-based products, we have moved from surplus or sufficiency to gross shortage. So idea is that of promotion. The farmer already knows what agroforestry is, what he or she can grow. The only thing is the impetus that needs to come from the government has not come through. This budget, the finance minister has made a good beginning.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, now coming to Mr. Rajesh Agarwal. So, Mr. Agarwal, what budget reforms do you think are still needed to balance crop protection, innovation with sustainability, particularly when we are talking about promoting safer chemistries, biosolutions, and regulatory clarity for the industry?
So what is happening is that we want the latest products and we want the innovation on ground. But is there any encouragement from the government for the innovation? If I'm bringing the innovative product, I'm not getting any priority in registration. The R&D spent, it is not getting any advantage. It is being treated as like any other expense. I'm not like in the past, there used to be 200% claim of the expenses, whatever you are making in R&D. I believe that rather from innovation, government should create an infrastructure for every agri input so that the industrialists are competing to do the inventions, to do the latest things, doing the things for the first time in the country for the farmers of the country. Why we are not able to make that type of investments? We have to think, because the infrastructure is not supporting. And at the same time, I also believe that this work has to go along with the government infrastructure. The government is spending a lot on the agriculture department. So these departments have to come forward and support the industry. And there has to be certain level of trust which has to develop between the industry and the things. So I believe if the R&D is encouraged, then definitely from the industry side, there will be a lot of development. And for the farmer also, there is a pain area. What happens is, it is Asia where we are sowing a lot of rice, because government has fixed the price for the rice and farmer knows that after the season he is going to get certain amount of money, and which is a short type of crops. These days a lot of push has happened to pulses and corn crops, and across country the acreage is increasing like anything, and it is becoming a good fortune for the farmer across the country. And these are the crops which don't consume as much water as rice. So this water problem can be addressed if more corn, more pulses are used. This problem of parali can be solved. Cotton somehow decreased, particularly in North India and across the country also, which is again a dry crop. Because if we talk about rice, rice is generally meant for delta areas. But the farmer across the country likes to sow rice because he thinks sometimes that he has no other option. It's a short thing, which is so. Some investment on processing, food processing, warehousing, it needs to be increased, and there has to be some value addition so that the things which farmer, if he sows some exotic crops, even the plantation, like if he's doing the plantation, it's a 10-year crop. Then for 10 years, what are the returns? Is he getting the insurance at nominal prices? Is he getting some loans, interest-free loans or something from the government every year that, okay, in 10 years, your trees are going to fail. At that time, you can repay the loan. But if you had done other crop, you are earning say 1.5 lakh or 1 lakh per acre in 2 or 3 crops during the year. So at least to maintain his family, he is getting some support. So all these questions are very, very important. And without government support, this change cannot come. And if this type of thought has already entered into the mind of the PM and the finance minister, I believe that the things should be positive and that should go ahead, and there should be development, sustainable development in the sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Here I
Raja.
would like to request, I have to join something else, so I would like to
Sure.
take a leave. Thank you very much for
Thank you so
having
much, sir, for joining. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah. So in fact, we just have like last 5 minutes, and I'm just quickly getting into the last question with Mr. Biswas. Mr. Biswas, in fact, you are a like analyst in the sector, and when you look at what the announcements and also at the sector overall, what do you see have been the biggest funding gaps across the agri value chain so far? And how can this budget 2026 crowd in private capital while improving returns for farmers and also for agri enterprises?
So it's a good question, Taranam. So from a valuation, when you look at from a valuation perspective, the capital constraints for what we see basically necessarily don't lie in the primary production aspect, right? It typically actually is more concentrated or acutely felt beyond the farm gate. So if you have to call out the top three areas there, I think the first one will be on the post-harvest infrastructure, like the storage infrastructure, cold chains, grading, pack houses. So all these are massively underinvested, right? And this leads to a lot of wastage, and which has impact on the prices and the margin leakages, right? So this is one area which needs investment. The second important aspect is around the midstream processing, right, and the value addition. You will see a lot of stakeholders in this particular segment will be the MSMEs, right, and the regional players. Now they need a lot of long-term capital and the risk-sharing mechanism. And unfortunately, many of this traditional banking system or even the NBFCs do not give a very conducive environment, particularly to meet that kind of a support. So this is one area which needs to be looked at. And the third area, I think it's a very critical area, is the aggregation platform. If you take, for example, the APOs, right? I think they are a very important vehicle which actually links the producer with the markets, right? So what the major constraint is on the balance sheet strength of the APOs and the governance issues, not the access to the working capital. So these are the three primary areas which we feel need significant investment, right? If we have to develop from a value chain perspective. Now, in terms of what the government can do it, and actually this budget actually has spelled out a couple of areas. One is basically that we need to now urgently scale up some of the blended finance and the risk sharing mechanism, right? Initially, there has to be some public capital which has to be invested, because currently where the banks and the NBFCs are struggling because they don't have the borrower's profile. There is a lot of uncertainty about the cash flows because of the weather uncertainties, right? So obviously they have an hesitance to actually lend to an individual borrower. So if there is a public capital which initially comes in, that automatically can pull some of these assets, and that automatically actually improves the credit rating of those kind of the assets. So and it will not only improve the further lending or the crowding in by the public and the private players, but it will also increase the pool of the lenders, right? So not only the insurance providers will come, a lot of mutual funds will take interest, the AIFs will come into the picture, pension funds will come. So I think that is definitely the need of the hour. Second, another important step which the budget has done is the reallocation of the incentives. So I think we have moved from the inputs to the infra, right? So there are basically the capex linked incentives, the viability gap fundings, which definitely is going to improve, I feel, the viability of the assets, and in a cascading effect on the impact of it will have on the prices the farmers realize. And the third important aspect, I think we need to learn from what China did in the late 1970s and 80s. They also had a similar kind of the structure like we had. It is used to be dominated by the smallholder farmers, which India also has. So they moved, actually, they created the rural enterprises, right? So I think a classic example will be if we can empower these APOs, right? The government runs a scheme of this 10,000 APOs. Even if we can actually create some kind of the rural enterprises out of that, that will unleash a lot of the wave. So we can create some kind of the equity or the quasi-equity kind of the instruments, which will not only give them this balance sheet strength, but at the same point in time, that will also help in value addition, creating jobs, exports, and that will obviously make the contribution from this sector to the GDP go manifold higher. So I think these are some of the initiatives, and of course what the government can do, because today the finance minister has announced of the She-Mart, learning from the experiences of the Lakpati Didi program. So if we can also drive convergence with the schemes which the Ministry of Rural Development runs, the Ministry of Food Processing runs, I think we can unleash a lot of the capital, particularly from this segment. Right? So these are in short some of the recommendations which we feel can be handy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iswat. And in fact, that was like towards the end because we just left with the last 1 minute of this conversation. And I believe, in fact, whatever the announcements were made today, our panelists ranging across the agriculture sector have been able to not just dissect what those announcements were, but also gave a very different and a very market-oriented perspective to the entire thing on how these announcements will actually help the farmers, help the agriculture sector in the country, but also what is still left out and what actually needs to be done when it comes to the ground. And with that perspective, we wrap up today's discussion on what the Union Budget 2026 really means for the Indian agriculture, its farmers, and the road ahead. Thank you so much to all the panelists for being here today. And now I would hand over this day's session to Ms. Resham Suhail, the Senior Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt, who would be talking about the VCs and the startup sector and what the VCs are reading. Over to Resham. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Taranum, for the last panel. It was an insightful one. Thank you so much, all the panelists also. I request all my panelists to switch on their cameras now. And this is the panel where we're seeing that what was there in the budget for startups and also investors, though there was much less, but still we are here to decode what was there and what was ignored. I have with me a very eminent panel, Mr. Ankit Kedia joining in from Capital A. I have with me Mr. Mayuresh Raut from C Fund. I have with me Natasha from VG Capital. And of course, Mr. Raju Tandon from IVCA, Ms. Rema Subramaniam from Ankur Capital. Welcome, my panelists. And to set the context, though we've already, it's been a day of listening to reactions and quick reactions and also the deeper decoding of the budget, what we have already heard. Union Budget 26 was broadly guided by three Kartavya framework, which is anchored in duty to youth, employment, and accelerated growth. The framing is deliberate. This is a Yuva-driven budget, as she says, with jobs, skills, and participation placed at the front and center of economic strategy. The government doubles down on growth-enabling sectors. Infrastructure remains a backbone theme, supported by renewed investments in healthcare, logistics, the services economy. Farmers, women, and youth were featured prominently with targeted interventions and rollout of the She Stack. I loved that part, signaling a sharper focus on the inclusion. Technology is also no longer an add-on, so to say. It is absolutely core. The budget signals heavy emphasis on AI and tech adaptability across sectors to kind of encourage technology-led solutions for different sectors. This shows that intent is clear: reduce friction, improve scale, and modernize delivery system. Also, she also mentioned about e-commerce. Now, urban growth is reimagined through city economic regions with a clear budget set for 5,000 crore over 5 years. This is a new shift that I would look forward to. On strategic manufacturing, Semiconductor 2.0 was a big one. Emerges as a headline announcement, certainly aligned with the Indian stack vision, long-term technology, self-reliant strategy, of course. This is complemented by a strong sustainability push, carbon capture, CCUs corridors, solar capacity expansion, rare earth magnets, exploration of critical resources, all in all tied to future-facing industrial strategy. The budget also leans into new age and non-traditional sectors. The orange economy, the AVGC receive a significant boost where she announces that there will be created labs across schools and colleges. This is something that 100% got the limelight. Parallelly, niche agri and forest-based value chains got the attention. Coconut, cashew, sandalwood are positioned as enterprise opportunities, and she was clear in stating where she said that government will encourage the business participation. On the financial side, the reduction of buyback from 30 to 22%. That's another showcase of the sentiment. Taken together, budget 26 is expansive in ambition. It is growth forward, tech aware, and employment focused, I would say. Now let's zoom in on startups 100% because we are the people of startups, and you being all investors and experts, I would want the total limelight on this aspect of the budget because this is the but my quick take on the budget was this is the area where the budget was the quietest. Startups received the least direct spotlight in the budget speech, and there were no standalone announcements, no new startup policy framework, no headline reforms that's aimed at founders, investors, VC investors. I'm not sure. Was this okay? Was this deliberate? We will 100% decode it shortly. One view is that the government is signaling confidence in the ecosystem, that with this stable macroeconomics, heavy public investments, infrastructure build out, sectoral growth, startups can sustain. In this reading, macroeconomic stability is the startup support, but the missing threads are really, really hard to ignore. Many asks, demands, expectations left unanswered. At the same time, it can be argued that startups were supported not just by name or the larger policy introduction. Let's say Semiconductor 2.0 speaks to deep tech, EVCG and Orange Economy create space for creative startups, AI, of course, logistics got the 100% attention. So this can be a case of diffused support instead of direct intervention or direct attention to the startups. For some, budget 2026 feels unexpected light on startup specific reform at a time when founders were asking on friction removal when it comes to compliance and regulations. For others, it reflects a conscious acceleration strategy in these times of turbulent geopolitical environment because the attention was on macroeconomic stability. With this huge and in-depth context, I would want to quickly go to each one of you on my panel to give one point that was the standout highlight from the budget for you. I'm quickly coming to you, Ms. Rema. We can't hear you. You need to unmute yourself.
Sorry. Yeah. So one of the biggest, the whole inclusive part, the fact on the semicon and all those emerging sectors was definitely the biggest highlight. The disappointment was on the front in terms of the VC space of how the capital would be needed to basically back the government's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. There's a huge amount of capital required for that from the private capital other than. And that part of it was what we were all eagerly waiting for. And that was the biggest gap still. And I'm hoping that.
Interesting. On the point number 2, I would also somewhat agree. I was expecting some policies on that front, and also on the part of movement of domestic capital. That's also something that I was looking forward to. But we will get into the details. But quickly, I'm bringing in Mr. Rajat Tandon. What's your quick take, and what is the major highlight that you love the most?
I think firstly, let me start by congratulating the finance minister. Really, and she's put forward a very futuristic budget. Okay, and it really reinstates the fact and positions India as kind of a safe haven for long-term investments. You see, the budget's been consistent. A lot of stuff was announced last year. So your fund of funds was done in the last year's budget. So it's already probably in the implementation phase, so it didn't need any repetition. You have the RDIF fund, which has been announced. So it's in the mode of deployment. Right, certainly. So that's 1 lakh crores there. You have the MSME fund, which is again another 10,000 crores plus a top of 2,000 crores. So you've got a focus around even the growth sector. So I think all areas, there was infrastructure, discussion about money putting into infrastructure, credit guarantee schemes. So I think overall, if you have to delve deep, the messaging is being quite clear, and different sectors as well. All the sunrise sectors actually have been covered and talked about in the budget. So I would say it's a thumbs up.
Circling back to my initial point where I said that it is not confined to a definitive headline, so to say, policy announcement, but all of the sectors will have startups making their mark across. I'm bringing in Mr. Keria for your initial remarks on the budget, and also give us one prominent announcement that you are picking up.
I think one of the things which I noticed is prominently the budget seems to be recentered around the India manufacturing story. And, this sort of also shifts a signal from services only to the real shop floor and hardware economy. And, the entire rare earth corridor in Tamil Nadu and Orissa, will definitely strengthen the upstream, which is very much required. I mean, we can have all kind of PLIs and tax policies. Let's be honest over here, the PLIs are definitely meant for legacy players to benefit from, for startups to get over there to a certain stage and then derive the benefit of PLI takes an organic journey. But at the same time, to sort of define that and define manufacturing as a focus is really, really very encouraging.
Interesting, interesting. I mean, this is a point that nobody would disagree to. But thank you for mentioning it, Mr. Raut. From your perspective, defense sector as a whole has seen some increment in their capex. What do you have to say, and what is your broader contour of budget decoding?
I think this was not a budget that had any headline-grabbing news items. I mean, if you ignore the STT piece, which has obviously been a sentiment dampener. My view is somewhere along the lines that Rajat mentioned. The government has done a lot over the last 2 years. In fact, in your opening remarks, it almost sounded like a investment thesis for any deep tech fund. You and she hit all the right button areas. Having said that, I think we've gotten enough. There's obviously more that can be done, but there's a bunch of us who have been literally battling for the longest time, and then we had alignment to replicate what has been done in the US. The NRF and RDIF is a fantastic replication of what the NSF and DARPAs of the world have been doing. The other point that I would agree with is what Ankit brought out. I think we aspirationally in 2047, we want manufacturing to be 25% of our economy. That means we have to grow 16 times from where we are now. And if we have to do that, then we have to put in all the building blocks into place. If I were to just narrow down some areas within manufacturing, I mean, for all the headline grabbing numbers, $30 billion or so worth of software, mobile phone exports, most of us deridingly refer to that as screwdriver technology. But there was a 40,000 crore allocation for electronics component manufacturing. We have to have an entire component industry ecosystem that has to be built out. Therein lies your answer. We also have the semiconductor 2.0. The other point that is very interesting, which is again becoming a focus area for all of us, is they've increased the defense allocation by almost 21%. If you look at the budget expenditure year to year, the actual estimates may differ. It's obvious that the last few days have made it very amply clear, whether it be on the hardware side or the software side, we have to be in control of certain sovereign technologies. And if you look at historically, the mother industry for all technology industries has been the defense. It's not an accident that the US military industrial complex is where it is and the US is where it is. It's not an accident, it's by design. If you look at all consequential technology of the last century, right from the microwave to the navigation system, not to speak of semiconductors, AI, they've all have their origination in defense. And I think the focus on these 3-4 areas, I think it sets up very well. This is a build on budget. I don't think there are, again, I will reiterate, there are no headline grabbing numbers, but therein lies what the finance minister has managed to achieve. She's not rocked the boat. We are in some of the most uncertain times, but at the same time, there is a path for us to, achieve what the prime minister has been talking for the last 5-10 years.
100%. To your point where you said that we have to place building blocks, not just for defense or infra, but overall for the ecosystem and for the economy, we have to put building blocks in place to reach our big vision for 2047. Quickly coming to you, Natasha, for your initial remarks before we get into the details.
Yeah, I think I believe that this budget is setting the cornerstone for the vision which India has towards being a Viksit Bharat by 2047. And technology can only grow so much till we sort of build our infrastructure. So what I felt was that this budget emphasized the need for this infrastructure investment, which is missing right now, right? At the same time, even manufacturing, and this is not your traditional, mom and pop manufacturing where you're doing archaic systems. These are like cutting edge manufacturing technologies, which we also need with the advent of AI, whether we're talking about the semiconductor mission 2.0, or even, the backbone for AI is data, right? The data center push towards having that, and US is facing this crunch with the data center infrastructure is being thoroughly squeezed, with the environmentalist and everything pushing towards the energy requirement is massive. So is the water requirement. And as with the data center, I think the energy requirement, we need the nuclear energy over here to be able to do AI and ML of such advanced level for the next stage, which is coming. Whether it's analytics or building the LLM models. So you need that core infrastructure, which is a big missing over here in India. And I feel that it's a very futuristic budget, which is setting these cornerstones in place, for this backbone to really pick up, because there's only so much right now which you could do with building AI. You need that infrastructure play to come in and that R&D to sort of come in, right? Which the government is sort of encouraging and emphasizing on. And I feel that, what Ankit and Mayur highlighted with the points on infrastructure and the manufacturing, I feel this is manufacturing and automation, 5.0, because even hardware is now, we're talking about the advancement of humanoids and these sort of technologies, robotics coming in a major fashion. We can't depend on China for that. We need to build somewhere our manufacturing to get this going. And while China has that, we have a lot of catching up to do. And this is right. I feel this is just set in the right space and time to be able to get this forward.
Wonderful, wonderful point of view, Natasha. I'm quickly getting in deeper on the pointers we just touched upon. Before I go to Rema, I want to give you a pointer, Mr. Tandon, to ponder on. When we look at the sector startups, or let's say from an investor's lens, what areas do you think will have made breakthrough or let's say groundbreaking innovation or changes in the next 12 months? We are 12 months away from the next budget. We will 100% talk about the gaps and next set of expectations. In a minute, I'll come back to you. Ms. Rema, I always feel happy when panelists agree with each other, but I really want to take a realist view and a counter argument on this. If you have anything different to say, and specifically on the gaps and what the startups left longing for from this budget. You're on mute.
Sorry. So two things. I completely agree with all the other participants. Yes, the budget did have the framework for what needs to be done. In the space of innovation, startups are a key element of that innovation, of everything that needs to be done in terms of cutting edge technology that we can develop from here. And that's so far, India has just been playing a catch-up game in that. So we need a huge push in that. The 1 lakh crore RDI budget was absolutely the best place to start. Now, the part that is still missing is the industry and the investing framework in India. The investors, domestic capital have to step in. And that is very, very key. You need to be able to incentivize to garner that. Otherwise, even today, a substantial part of our capital comes from outside India. If we really need to get this going, there has to be incentives that's given for the local capital, domestic capital, and that's a missing gap. The second is on the talent. There are two things that's needed for the startup ecosystem to really contribute to Viksit Bharat, and that's the second part of it is a talent. So you're going to have talent coming back from all over the globe, as well as Indian talent. You need them to start enterprises with really cutting edge stuff. The stock options need to get far better tax breaks. And so those two, in my opinion, are cornerstones for the innovation ecosystem to really take off and accelerate. So we are on the right track, but except that, today we are in a world where we have to be able to move things very, very quickly. And capital is
100%.
one of the biggest accelerators that's required.
100%. I am quickly bringing in Ankit on the similar point of moving domestic capital. It was one of the top on my expectations list from the budget. What is your say on this? Were you also expecting something on how you can see the movement happening on the domestic risk capital?
Yeah, as a fund manager in today's environment, any fund manager raising capital today will obviously tell you it hasn't been a smooth ride, especially if you're focusing on stuff like manufacturing and deep tech and all of that and all the other jargons. I think the one shift in I mean, perhaps from the family office point of view, I can say that there has been a significant shift in how investors, both retail and family offices, perceive the theme of different funds. And they are slightly getting more and more thematic, and they are getting more and more verticalized into what kind of funds do they want to partake in. And domestic capital fund, custodians, like, whether it's the retail investors or HNIs or family offices, the amount of knowledge at their disposal today, with the advent of ChatGPT and the ability to do analysis on a fund's track record and sector analysis, it has been something which has not been seen so far. So, needless to say, there isn't any entry barrier from becoming a fund manager anymore. And hence, investors are left with so much choice in the market to decide on which fund to partake with, so that, they usually will then lean on funds with track record, funds with slightly more vintage, if they've been in market for slightly longer. I can see Natasha from Anifit smiling, and but yeah, I think that's been my experience. Domestic capital is hard. It's not going to be an easy ride, especially when public markets are churning out supposedly 20% plus returns tactically. So domestic capital is going to be hard, but it's not impossible.
Natasha, your take on the same point, because you were seen smiling and agreeing somewhat to the point. Before I quickly bring in Mr. Tannan.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Ankit was saying, that the barriers to entry for launching a fund in the ecosystem have really gone down. At the same time, I think family offices need to start, I don't know, while they're very well informed, at the same time, they're equally very cautious, right? So they still have to build that risk appetite to really take things ahead. And one of the things there's definitely a lack of domestic institutional capital in the country, but I feel with the RDI fund of fund which has come through, I think I heard at least there were 150 new fund applications which were made within a month's time, just to sort of launch a new scheme to get funding from for the 1 lakh crore fund of fund which is being launched. This is tentative, so don't quote me on that, but it was like crazy figure, of fund applications which were put forth just because there was this incentive and push by the government to distribute this money towards research and development. So I see that structurally, while there is definitely a strong momentum and emphasis towards investing in this new age technology with the RDI fund is a bold initiative. Let's see how much of that really actually gets through, and how do they go about deploying it? There's still a lot of questions around it, but I'm sure that will also come through. So structurally, we feel that if that's come through, so they should start being some more participation. I'm not sure for family offices, but from the government standpoint, like the insurance companies, and even the banks, they should be start giving the free hand to do that. They have so much cash on their balance to be able to do that. And with the right sort of fund managers who have that track record or even that experience, which very few have, I think it's a good time, and especially with these policies, there's definitely a momentum towards looking at the age of advanced AI and intelligence, not just from startups, I think even from manufacturing. I feel that it's really underserved and there's a huge market for it, and I see that some of this trend is coming up, and you need this new age of technocrats to be able to lead manufacturing 5.0 per se. You can't have those manufacturing systems which were put in place 10 years back. They just don't do anything for today's day and age at all, with the way technology has advanced.
I believe we're on the right track of growth. It will take some time to show up, but we are on the right growth trajectory. I'm coming to you quickly, Mr. Tandon. Now this year Startup India completed 10 years, where I've done
Can I just answer these two folks? I mean, both Ankit and Natasha, who is sitting here, and Natasha is really a first time fund manager, right? And if India is now targeting has become the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, with 1.5 lakhs or 2 lakhs startups which are registered with DPIIT. We have how many fund managers in this country? I think negligible. For India also has to become the fund management hub of the globe, right? So when I say that with conviction, because the biggest rise right now and the biggest support given by our regulator is for the first time fund manager. So there should be no entry blocks. Now, performance is the most important part, and that is what will kind of segregate the big boys or the ones who can perform. Vice versa, they're the ones who are there just to have fun. This is all about money. So it's not your money. You have a fiducial responsibility. If you're given the money, I'm sure you also want your returns. So does anybody who puts money into the fund manager wants the returns. Right? Now, as we grow, I think too importantly, what the government has done is given you those two building blocks. I would say the building cornerstones of what you want to do. You're going to have your infrastructure being built and manufacturing. Now, this is the key focus areas for the government. Couple that up, or I would say as the stack builds up, you have the services component coming in. And then you have the showcase of boutique of goods, which is all around your sunrise sectors, whether it's deep tech, whether it's defense, whether it's data centers, whether it's healthcare, whether it's services, tourism, sports, e-commerce, what the government's kind of put together and announced. These are opportunities for more startups to be built, and these are opportunities for our fund managers to start getting focused on certain segments. If India today, we get about 13 or 14 billion dollars of VC investments, only VC investments. The US has $300 billion dollars. So I mean, look at the difference. So we have to be
we
there.
need much more. We need much more rupees and I think dollars so far. But looking forward to that change in coming years. But before closing, I mean, we have to confine to the given time. I will quickly bring in Mayuresh for a quick remark, and then we close with you, Mr. Tandon. Mayuresh, now your quick take on how the government is seeing different sectors to kind of make that mark be it in defense, be it in agri or AI. The FM mentioned AI. FM also mentioned about creators economy. Can you give me a broader sense of how different sectors will come up and grow in an efficient manner?
See, the days of building something in India and hoping the uh, outside world will consume it, those are gone, especially in the real world hardware side of things. There are tariffs, there are going to be FTAs. That's what the government is working on. I think what they did very judiciously, and this goes back a few years, they identified the top 3, 4 areas which India had the most forex outflow, and the usual suspects pop up. There's oil, there's commodities, there's electronics, there's defense. And they've gone about launching schemes that address each one of these issues. The whole bet on whether you're going to call it frontier technology, deep science, whatever you want to call it, is that India starts consuming these products. You can't, as I mentioned, you can't rely on building here, especially with the way supply chains are being disrupted every year. You've just seen what the current president has done. There is full expectation, if it's the same party that comes in, whoever follows, this is probably a ball that has been set in motion, at least for the next foreseeable future, till at least some sense starts sticking its head up. But you got to understand one thing, that once trust is broken, it takes a lot of time to build it back. So I think the foreseeable future will be where you will have your own areas of influence. Defense, space are areas that we look at. And one thing that we are constantly told is what the Prime Minister refers to as the Global South. Technologies that the Anglo-Saxon world builds, the global South can't afford. Technologies that China builds, there's no trust. So who's left to fill in that gap? And you run across the gamut, right from data centers to space to LLMs to defense. I think that is the platform with which the government has been thinking, and all the initiatives that you've seen are probably with that bedrock thinking in mind.
100%. Quickly to you, Mr. Tandon, in a minute. I mean, I was speaking with a lot of, in a minute, quickly. I was speaking to a lot of experts from the industry on the 10th anniversary of Startup India that we celebrated on 16th January at National Startup Day. The broader sense of the last 10 years was momentum. And then now when we're shifting our lens to the next 10 years, it's about maturity. This ecosystem is maturing, be it about innovation, be it about investments, be it about the investor and founders relation, founders strategy and approach. What is your assessment on that sentiment for the next 10 years? Quickly, in a minute.
So growth capital will be available. Now what we need is capital for growing. So that means typically the startups. And that's why, on the domestic capital, Ankit, you also aware, the government put up the RDIF, which is 1 lakh crore fund, right? You're going to have pension funds and insurance funds put in money, which the Honorable Prime Minister announced about 5 years ago. It's just that needs to get operationalized. More domestic pools will come in as we see more quality of startups being built in the country, for the country, and for the money also in the country. So we will have more. So I don't see an area of issue. We're going to be celebrating many more years of the startup ecosystem in India with much better and larger numbers. I'll just stop at that. Thank you.
Amazing optimism, and I think everybody would agree to this sentiment. And we wish you all the very best for all your plans. And looking forward to speaking with you more when we get into the details of the budget. Quickly, I'm introducing our next moderator for the panel, my senior editorial colleague, Ms. Noor Fatima Warsia, who is Group Editorial Director for BW Business World. She will be discussing the blueprint of budget with CFOs of the industry. Over to you, Ms. Warsia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Resham. Love the discussion. Of course, everybody is jealous you get to do the startup segment, and they never disappoint. They give us the most interesting answers. So thank you for that, Resham. All the best. As Resham put it, I am going to be doing like the CFO discussion, which is supposed to be the more, hopefully we will get some really good answers over here. My panelists are almost actually already there. So I think I'm going to just begin by introducing all of them first. First of all, thank you, everybody. This introduction is in alphabetical order, just to be like, it's from the team. The team has requested. Just to repeat again, I am Noor. I look after the editorial of BW Business World. With me today, we have Mr. Abhishek Gupta. He is the CFO of LiveSpace. We have Mr. Aditya Saraugi. He's the Group CFO of Birla Corporation. Mr. Dev Tripathi, who is the CFO of Philips India. And Mr. Dharmendra Tuteja, which I'm hoping to God I have pronounced the surname correctly, is the
Yep.
CFO of Dalmia Bharat. Dharmendra, did I get it right? I'm going to stay with the
Yeah,
first
so
names.
completely right.
Thank you so much. All right, now, as I said, the discussion needs to be serious because it's CFOs. I said that myself, but well. Earlier today, we heard the finance minister present budget 2026 around three clear kartavya. I'm sure it's by heart to all of us by now, but she was clearly indicating accelerating and sustaining growth, building capacity to fulfill aspirations, and ensuring inclusive participation across sectors and regions. So overall, what we saw in the budget kind of fit into one of the three buckets, or at least was giving that long-term direction. And due to that, what stood out was not just what the budget announced, but how it chose to prioritize capital over consumption, systems over one-off relief, and long-term capability over short-term stimulus. Now, the reason I've given that summary is hopefully somebody will tell me, no, that was not exactly what it is. But at the heart of this transition, of course, sits the CFO, and this bunch of wonderful people over here will play like a pivotal role, no longer the custodians of numbers, but the steward of judgment, capital discipline, and enterprise-wide decision making on how we see policy move to P&L. So that's where this discussion is going to go to. How did all of you read the budget beyond the headlines? So what changes you will be making inside boardrooms, if any, in capital allocation, risk appetite, cost structures, maybe growth priorities? So the first question, and just to get this going, because we are kind of short on time, 30 minutes means nothing, especially with wonderful people such as yourself. The first question I love because I don't have to do any brain work. It is initial reactions from all of you. Now, if you strip out the announcement, bring it pure down to intent, when you look at what all we heard about today, what stood out for you? What really is that you're taking home? Shall we do this in reverse alphabetical order? So Dharmendra, that means you are going first.
Okay, sure. So if you look at the budget, I think no mega announcements which will make eyebrows raise, etc. But definitely kind of a very budget which is building the foundation for the future. So what do you expect from the finance minister when they are laying out the union budget? They have to boost the economic growth, keep the fiscal balance in check, attract foreign capital which you require. Of course, this year we have been affected, many sections have been affected by the foreign policies, etc. on the tariff tantrums, so protecting those sectors. So on these four sectors, I think finance minister has done a reasonably good job. If you look at the focus on the manufacturing strategic sectors, if you look at the MSMEs or the infrastructure, all these are very, very good, and especially the power security and stability. All these are very focused long-term priorities and continuation of the priorities which have been there for many years. And secondly, if we look at the fiscal balance, of course, her abilities were limited by the personal taxation reduction done last year or the GST reduction done last year. But still, the debt to GDP ratio has been reduced marginally to next year to 55.6 compared to 56.1. Likewise, the net borrowings are also under check. The GDP, the fiscal deficit is also down from 4.4 to 4.3%. Although they will be slightly higher compared to what the market was expecting. So we may see some kind of yields spiking up tomorrow. But overall, I think that she's done a very balanced job in terms of keeping the fiscal health in check. And if I see from our cement sector perspective, it has been hugely positive from a lot of announcements which she has done in terms of focus on the infrastructure, increase in the public capex to 12.2 lakhs crores, which is 9% increase over budget estimates. But if I see from the revised estimates, it is in high single-digit growth. And allocation to all key sectors like PM Awas Yojana, both rural and urban, there's a huge increase from the revised estimates going forward. Likewise, roads, railways, all sectors have been quite positive. And likewise, building railway corridors and giving facility of the new scheme of carbon capture. So all these are very, very positive for the cement sector, and we still are quite bullish. On the indirect tax, of course, the expectation was that we'll see some mega reforms, reduction of the reduction of the slabs, etc. That didn't happen. Maybe the government's intent was that they'll be doing a lot of FTAs, which will keep the rate of effective rate of duty under check, and relief will come from that side. But still, a lot of things could have been done, which of course have been missed when new Income Tax Act was announced. It was, of course, a simplified version, but no major substantive changes. It was a simplified version in a lesser number of pages. And people were expecting that this was the opportunity in this budget, a lot of new things will come out. But if we see only minor changes like buyback tax has been tinkered with, then MAT has been done changes, some changes have been there, but no major substantive changes which were expected have come. So likewise, some improvements could have been done. A lot of things have been done in terms of the ease of business. But in terms of the major reforms, land reforms, the power sector reforms, or the judicial reforms to reduce the litigations, etc., still some needs to be done. I am hoping that in the coming year, these things will get attempted.
All right, all right. Unfortunately, I feel that he has given out all the big takeaways that were there. Anybody wishes to add to that so that, we might just save up time, get into the discussion. Anything that you want to add? Aditya ji, maybe you or
just a couple of points. I think Dharmendra ji has pretty much covered all the aspects. Just a couple of points. One welcome announcement was the rationalization of customs duty and simplification of the custom duty procedure. So that was one area where not much reform had been done. So this was a very welcome step. And the major disappointment from a market standpoint was a figure of gross borrowing of 17.2 lakh crore. That was higher than what was being expected by the market at between 16 to 16.5 lakh crore. So that was a bit of a disappointment, but otherwise, in terms of fiscal math, the finance minister has done a very, very credible job. Even in terms of nominal GDP estimate, it's just 10%, which is very, very pragmatic. And another figure, just tax growth considered for next year is just 7.2%, which I would say is rather conservative. They could have been slightly more aggressive, but they've been very, very conservative. So I don't see any challenge in terms of achieving this figure. And we have to look at this budget from an overall perspective. In the last budget, income tax rates were brought down. That was expected to boost consumption. And then in the middle of the year, we had a major reduction in GST rates. So we have to view this budget in that context, right? So major shocks had already been given away by the government. So, the increased allocation to the extent of 9% in terms of infrastructure, that bodes very well. The focus of the government is very clear. That's all I would say.
All right, all right. Thank you so much, Aditya ji. Who wants to go next?
If I can add, Noor, so the long-term wealth creation comes from there is a huge contribution from the policy reforms. I can just remember once Mr. Raghuram Rajan had said that one day we should be reaching a state that where we can say we are not rich by nature, but we are rich by our policy. And that shows that this budget somehow, I think, establishes our long-term intent, the policymakers' long-term intent, where the focus remains on how the productivity, competitiveness, and resilience of the economy remains. So when it comes to healthcare, because I come from the healthcare side, yes, there are a lot of investments. The investments has increased by 9 to 10%, but unfortunately, and it was similar in similar line versus last year also. But still, the percentage of GDP what goes to healthcare is still very low, considering the stark gap for in the demand side. Still, it is 1.9% versus government's own target of 2.5%. But that the industry asked in healthcare what was there, like improvement of affordable care, the quality care and the access to care, and also on the digital front, because the digital front is because the high burden or expansion of the burden on outpatients as well as chronic disease. Because of that, digitalization is a crucial part. That piece, I feel the minister could have done a bit more, but significantly, I think there is a lot of improvement in terms of the policy side. There is also, when it comes to the direct tax and the finance fraternity, I must say that focus is there on simplification of tax norms. The best part, what I personally felt good, is the trust factor which we are showcasing to the taxpayers. That is really good.
Sure. There is a stability of sorts. That makes sense. Abhishek ji, your turn.
Yes. So, hi, good evening, everyone. I think large points are already covered, but the key takeaways for me, which are different from my other panel members, they've already spoken. One is, the government is focusing on tourism in all forms. So, if you looked at the budget speech, whether it is medical tourism, whether it is spiritual tourism, or even social tourism, right? So, that's a very, very big push, and it is good for job creation in a very big way in a country where we still have about 5% unemployment. The second, from the internet and e-commerce space, I think the tax holiday for data center for 22 years, that is massive. That is unheard of, right? All the way up till 2047. So we'll have to read the fine print to understand what is going behind that thinking. And I also liked what Dharmender ji said, right? Laying the foundation for Viksit Bharat. So for the CA fraternity, the government is actually saying we will work with ICAI to come up with CA Mitras, right, for MSME. Because, on the one side, they are saying we need to work on ease of living. And on the other side, they are saying we want to work on ease of doing business. But if you talk to MSMEs, and we work with MSMEs in a big way, right?
Yes.
They are all very, very constrained of compliance. They don't understand compliance and the regulations keep changing. So I think this aspect of coming up with CA Mitras will definitely help them to get services of CAs in an economical manner. And I can go on, like, for example, mental health and trauma center. There is a big skill gap we keep discussing with the academia. Yesterday, I was at IIT Kharagpur. So education to employment, that skill gap, if they can get in foreign funding, right, and take up research in a very big way, because we hire team members and we literally have to train them again to become job ready, even if they are graduates from, good colleges, including chartered accountants.
All
So
right.
I think this is a very, very good push towards the laying the foundation. There are more announcements on farmer income augmentation, AI in agriculture, education and gender parity. And they also want to, ensure that as we move towards 2047, there is a good fraternity of homegrown accounting and advisory firms outside of the big four. So I think these were the key takeaways over and above what my panel members have already mentioned.
Excellent. And of course, we got a lot of different perspectives, some of which we will go further into. I just want to pull back the public capex part of the discussion a little bit up. Very clearly, public capex was very firmly positioned at the center of growth in this budget. Now, how does something like this influence your own capital allocation decisions? Dharmender ji, probably we get you back in more from the infra-manu standpoint, and then Aditya ji as well. How are you looking at maybe stuff like capacity expansion or long cycle investments?
If you see last couple of years, especially in the recent years, this capex as a percentage of GDP has suddenly gone up. It is now about 3%, which used to be less than 2%, 1.5%. So this is a very significant jump, and of course now government is maintaining this above 3%. And this definitely augurs well, not only for cement, but many capital goods or other sectors which are dependent on this capex. And that is the reason, in spite of the new investments not yielding the proper return on capital employed, cement sector is still bullish in terms of adding new capacity. So all the bigger players, I think they are already adding more capacities. Overall, we expect capacity to grow up by about 7 to 8%, and the bigger players expect to increase capacity by 14-15% also. So that optimism is definitely there, and going forward, we expect all this cement as well as steel and other sectors which are dependent on public capex and the indirect linkages to economic growth will continue to do.
All right, excellent. Aditya ji, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, so when it comes to cement, there's not been any dearth of capex or capacity addition, despite the fact that industry as a whole, we are at about 70 odd % capacity utilization. Yet, as Mr. Dharmendra said, we have been the industry on the whole has been adding capacity very aggressively. So, in that sense, it is good that this is a conducive budget. It is conducive to the demand. Hopefully, with the expectation of the GDP growth of 7%, the cement demand should definitely be higher than that, slightly higher than that. So, that should bode well for the industry in terms of better capacity utilization.
All right, fair enough. Thank you so much. After a while, we will take away our sectoral hats for a bit and like really get into what the budget missed. And the only reason I'm giving this heads up now is like, if you want to kind of put your minds to that. But right now, I do want to look at the supply side a little bit because in this budget, of course, again, it has doubled down not just on the manufacturing ecosystem, but also on the supply, the logistics side a little bit. Devji, would you like to come into this again? Where do you see or any impact you're seeing where supply chain risks still limit or, we are not the budget could have done a little bit more maybe?
Yeah, I think no, Noor, the good part the budget has taken care is in spending or investing in the capex side, connecting or rejuvenating the waterways, updating the tier 2, tier 3 cities as growth engines. But one thing which also is which could have been done better is to focus on the currency, which has impacted a lot, has deteriorated a lot in the recent days. And you see, India is in a place where a lot of the technology access and high-end equipments, we still have a dependency to import. Now, unless we know, there was a lot of expectation that the minister will discuss about that one, and there will be some relief around custom duty, so that we can really look into accessible healthcare access side. That part I feel was missing, and that's also has an impact to many of the industry which still are dependent on the technology or the capital goods from the still to import from outside.
All right, excellent. Now, beyond capex, beyond capex, manufacturing and logistics, growth, of course, doesn't happen in isolation. But the good thing was that the budget also kind of looked at the health of the broader ecosystem. And Abhishek, you kind of pointed to this a little bit earlier. But MSME is not just the last budget, rather, it's been a continuous focus for like a few years. But this year, the budget really has sharpened its focus on creating scale-ready MSMEs, and now the allocation done for MSME growth. Now, for a platform that depends on a wide vendor and contractor ecosystem, how important is this for managing working capital, execution risk, balance sheet stress?
See, it is extremely important. Now, when you talk to MSMEs, their biggest challenge is credit, right? Which is the working capital and cash. The second biggest challenge is regulation. And the third biggest challenge is, getting the payment cycle going from their ecosystem. Now, if this 10,000 crore SME fund was to be implemented in its true shape and form in terms of what the policymakers are thinking, and if the MSME sector is given some professional help, whether it is from the CA fraternity or otherwise, to take care of their regulation, and if the government can also relax some element of compliance, I think combination of these three will definitely come in very, very handy because, all said and done, MSMEs contribute to 30% of GDP, right? Manufacturing is in that range. So I think we in our top of mind conversations, MSMEs never figure. It is always agriculture followed by manufacturing, followed by services. Services is growing 9%. The thing about agriculture also is, and I want to just bring up the point that Dave mentioned on the things that the budget could have done better. When it comes to priority sectors like education and agriculture, right? They are still at 1.5, 1.6 lakh crores. Defense is going up for the right reasons. I'm not saying defense should not go up. Defense is going up 21%, right? It's now touching 6 lakh crores. So the thing is, we still need a lot of emphasis on priority sectors. To my mind, MSME, agriculture, and education are these three, which I think definitely there is scope for more to be done. However, I don't want to take away the credit from the government, considering what they did in GST 2.0, about 2.5 lakh crores, and income tax about 1 lakh crore, right? For them to still manage the fiscal discipline and go to a 4.3% fiscal deficit, and still take up capex by 11% is kind of, credit to the government. But there has to be a time when these three sectors also see some love beyond.
More love.
Yeah.
चलें ठीक है बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया like this kind of handles a lot of it. Mrs. Now priority sector Mrs. he gave us 3, so Abhishek ji in a way kind of kick-started that answer. Dave has already commented on it, but Dharmender ji, maybe you, Aditya ji, anything that and you can take away the sectoral hat now, just look at it in totality. Even personal tax is something you can comment on if you wish to. CFOs will have a role on in understanding how that impacts consumption at a later point. But just what could we have done better in this budget? Dharmender ji, you first.
Sure. As I said, that some reform side we could have done better, because we want private sector capex to increase. And one of the key bottleneck which large corporates they are facing is acquisition of land, because a lot of issues come up. Both state issues get involved. So that one sector which needs to improve. Second was on the interest rate, although the RBI has been cutting down the rates for the last 1 year, but the transmission of these rates is not happening to the corporates, because the bank's cost of financing is not coming down. So there is definitely non-level playing field in terms of the taxation of the FD interest rate or the debt funds compared to the equity funds. So something, and that was expected that this should get addressed, but that has not been addressed, should have been done. And in corporate sector, M&As are becoming quite often, but there are still issues to be addressed in terms of how to simplify, how to speed up the implementation of the execution of the M&A strategies. So there also, I think budget was left behind.
Excellent. Aditya, did you want to add? Otherwise, we'll go to close. Go ahead.
A few things come to my mind. The foremost being a lot of was being accepted given the sharp fall in rupee, and as mentioned in the economic survey also, rupee is hitting below the belt, or below its fair value, its ruling. So something should have been done in terms of capital flows. There were some expectations that the sovereign funds will get exempted from the capital gains tax, so there was nothing on account. And even if no exemptions were considered, we are aware that there was a recent Supreme Court ruling which applied retrospective taxation on a very old transaction. So that created a lot of uncertainty in the regime. So at least there should have been some, stability, some kind of announcement that could have, provided comfort to the foreign investor. So that was one. Secondly, there was some expectation that research and development, which in our country is just about 6.64% of the GDP as compared to 3 to 5% in countries like China and India, government will come out with a program to incentivize that. So there was no announcement in that regard also. And thirdly, as Mr. Tuteja also said, the ease of doing business, there's a whole lot that can be done in this regard. Although there was a fleeting remark that the central government is working with the states to make relaxation, but I can tell you by our own experience that there's a whole lot of bureaucratic delays that happen not only in land, but in almost all the arenas of the business. And if the large corporates like us feel the trouble, you can imagine what kind of problems must be faced by the MSME sector.
All right. Our next panelists are nearly joining in. I do want to have the last, like this, where what we could have done better. I do want to end on a slightly, we started on a good positive note. It's a good budget. So we started on a good positive note. So very quickly, any last words from, do one round again. I did not want to do it like it's like that by panel, but still it ended up being like that by design. And I really don't want to say Dharmender ji first in this one. I feel like he'll come off the screen.
Yeah, I'll supplement Yeah, I'll supplement 30 seconds for what Abhishek told in his first remarks that this data center income tax exemption, this is a radical move and very has profound linkages in the backward sectors, like it requires a lot of power, real estate, construction. Then the data sovereignty or integrity is safer in your own hands within the country. Plus skill development, a lot of IT hardware and electronics manufacturing. There are a lot of linkages of this in the country. So in the long run, medium term, it's a huge positive, which will of course take some time to percolate.
Thank you so much, Dharmendra ji. Who goes next?
Yeah,
If
see,
I
from
go
my
next,
perspective,
Noor.
I think oh, sorry, Dev, go on.
So no, I think overall it's been a balanced budget, Noor, but I would have loved to see some discussion around per capita income, so that it would have helped. No, of late we are seeing a K-shaped pattern in consumption, where the affluent are spending more on luxury homes, high-end cars, and all those things, whereas the rest of the society is actually conservative. So a per capita focus could have helped. But overall, if you'll ask me, I feel it is like a long-term vision and a growth with the stability budget. That's the focus pin.
Yeah, see, from my perspective, the big picture is more and more this government is very proactive through the year when it comes to, reforms and policy. So this big budget day is becoming more a foundation laying platform for Viksit Bharat. Right now, because whatever they could have done when it comes to say GST or labor code or quality checks or deregulation or inflation management, they've done it through the year, right? So I think this iconic budget day is more now relegated to like how Dev just now mentioned a key sectoral focus, and they know where the gaps are, whether it is pharma, whether it is semiconductors, right? Whether it is electronic component manufacturing or rare earths. And the thing is, they also want to revive legacy clusters. Like, for example, in my previous avatar, I was in Mintra. All the khadi, handloom, right? Textiles. So all these legacy clusters also being revived is like, balancing both, looking at the future and yet not forgetting the rich legacy and pride of Bharat.
At least we get great headlines, making it like, this whole foundation and sector focus, everything looks nice. The rest of the year is what it is, but at least budget day looks really nice and promising. Aditya ji, I think you're wrapping this up for us.
Yes. So I would just say that despite such a volatile environment and headwinds, if we are managing to grow at 7% real GDP, that is quite credible, and the whole, the government needs to be congratulated on that. We just need to, and in this budget, another thing that was commendable was the focus on employment generation and upskilling. So that was a very positive thing. If we just take care of certain small things like capital flows or etc., I think we'll be in a much stronger position.
Excellent. Thank you, my dear panelists. You stayed to the time and you gave me excellent comments. Thank you so much. On behalf of Team BW and everybody who's tuned in today, have a great rest of the year, great rest of day. Wonderful Sunday for us. Now, the next panelist, I'm going to invite Urvi on stage, on screen. Urvi Srivastava, are you there? All right.
Yes, certainly. I think Mr. Tripathi is also recognizing me from
an earlier session. So Urvi is our assistant editor, one of our most wonderful journalists. So Urvi takes on now the energy transition. Over to you, Urvi. All the best for your session.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind introduction, Noor. Hello, everybody. We are going to dwell into the energy sector and the aspects that the budget did or did not cover. And for this panel, we have some very senior industry colleagues. We have Mr. Aditya Trivedi. He's the country head of 5B India. Mr. Prateek Kamdar, co-founder and CEO, Neuron Energy. Colonel Dr. Bharat Sharma, Executive Director and CTO, Powercon Group. And Mr. Vinay Pabba, CEO, Vibrant Energy. Hello, gentlemen, and thank you so much for taking the time out to join us today on this panel.
Hello, thanks for having us over.
Hi.
Hi,
Arvi, thanks.
I know it's a Sunday and that too a Sunday evening. So But yet you took the time out. So we are, as an organization, we're quite grateful for that. So not to waste any more of your time, let me just go in alphabetical order and ask everybody what was their take on the budget today. Mr. Trivedi, we'll start with you.
So thanks, Urvi. Thanks for having me over. I think the overall, if I would say for me, I found it pretty mixed. My expectations were here, but it was somewhere here. The budget didn't quite meet my expectation. But if I look at the budget holistically, I think the government has been pretty much focused on their approach. While sectoral, we may have certain aspects which probably might have been overlooked. But overall, the approach is very forward-looking. They have it is not it is both trying to resolve some immediate problems, plus at the same time they are looking at a longer term focus in terms of being more focused on manufacturing and structural development rather than addressing some policy level issues. So I think from that aspect, I would say it is a mixed for power sector. But overall, I see that they are more focused in terms of it was not a full gamut, but it was more focused approach this time.
Definitely, I was talking to a few people earlier. They said that the budget is manufacturing and infrastructure focused, which is something I think we all noted. Colonel Sharma, what's your take on the budget, especially from the energy sector angle?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I think that the energy security and sustainability continues to gain decisive momentum under the Union Budget of 26-27. Strategic thrust towards self-reliant scaling of semiconductors and electronic components, coupled with the prudent leveraging of rare earth materials, signals a long-term national vision, in fact. Importantly, the prioritization of MSMEs and women empowerment while consciously integrating the historically overlooked Tier 2 and Tier 3 sectors defines the spirit of inclusivity. The budget sets the tone for a truly reformative and future-ready India, I would say. As part of India's climate and energy strategy, an outlay of 20,000 crores for carbon capture and storage technologies. This confirms the government's financial and policy commitment to reducing the greenhouse gases and emissions, particularly carbon dioxide, the most dominant contributor, because it is CO2 primarily, which emits coal-based from the coal-based power generation, transport and industrial activities. It accounts for 75% of the total emissions. It's very important to, somehow get rid of it. This is followed by methane, contributing to about 15%, largely originating from agriculture, waste management, and the oil and gas sector. Behind India's data center budgetary boost lies a quiet reality. The power demand for data centers during the previous year has been up to 1 gigawatts, and it is doubling very fast. And by 2030, we expect that the requirement would be something like 9 gigawatts. This reflects massive power requirements. While coal and renewables today account for nearly 50% of the India's installed power, coal actually delivers 75% of actual energy, because is what is megawatts which is important. Budgetary measures such as basic custom duty exemptions and extensions till 2028 for wind, solar, and battery technologies are strategically aimed at clean power capacity and clean energy delivery. The accelerated deployment of such energy storage systems will further enable grid stability and controllable energy dispatch, and the share of the renewables would definitely increase. One notable gap in the budget which I saw was lack of explicit focus on electric grid infrastructure. These are the highways that carry electricity. Today, India faces an acute shortage of transmission and evacuation capacity, even as large volumes of power are ready for delivery, without parallel investments in grid expansion and modernization, the full potential of new generation capacity risks at remaining underutilized. In general, the budget motivates the power sector while creating avenues to light up every Indian home with clean, reliable, and affordable energy. That's my take on it.
You've, I think, covered a lot before I even started the set of questions. But I think your outlook was pretty optimistic. So that's a very good start to our panel. Mr. Kamdar, now it's your turn.
Yeah, we are pretty happy with the budget. There have been certain impetus that the government is focused upon when it comes to electric mobility, and now they're extending the same privileges to energy storage system. We're expecting large number of capex happening from 2026 to 30 in the BESS, that is battery energy storage systems, containerized battery solutions for grid storage and power storage. And government has ensured that all the capital goods are exempted of the customs duty as they have announced today. This was already applicable for the mobility segment, and now the same privileges have been extended to the energy storage segment, which is likely to generate larger demand for lithium-ion batteries within the country. Secondly, they have also ensured that the custom duty is waived off of key raw minerals or materials that they have identified, which are important in terms of our energy security and important in terms of uh, India's strategic positioning in the entire energy ecosystem globally. So that has ensured, and they have also put export control regulations on certain minerals. So import is waived off and export controls have been put in to ensure that the minerals that we don't have access to today, India will become richer there. And I think the idea is to put in technology and recycling in that era to ensure that the minerals are kept in India, recycled regularly, and those technologies are built which can be exploited. So we think we are pretty positive. It's a long-term step. I think that we will not see any short-term gain out of the budget, but it lays the foundation for the next 3-4 years on where the industry is moving forward.
Okay, that's good to hear, long-term thinking.
Yeah.
Mr. Vinay Pabba, I would like to invite you to the discussion now. What are your thoughts about the budget, the opening statements?
Thank you, Urvi, at the outset. Thanks, Business World, for having me on this conversation. Yes, all of what the other speakers have said is true. But I see the budget as a signaling tool, clearly giving out a very clear and coherent policy signal on the direction and to the nuance of where it is headed. If you look at the previous budgets, the focus has moved away from gigawatts of solar, gigawatts of wind, talk about capacity additions. The clear tone and tenor of the budget speech today and the papers is on achieving energy security through resilience and reduction of import dependence in a very volatile global landscape. The clear shift from earlier budgets is now and clean base load power, and that shift is very clear. You can see this in the focus on, of course, the focus has been on solar, wind, battery storage, and nuclear. Nuclear gets a lot of attention now. Solar and wind specifically have seen tariff changes for indigenizing supply chains and reducing tariffs on raw material costs and capital goods. Mr. Kamdar referred to the reduction of capital goods for battery energy storage systems. Similarly, we also see a lot of reductions in raw materials used for manufacture of it's in solar, like ethyl vinyl acetate, the backsheets, and POE, which are now exempted. Same is the case for nuclear, which has clearly got a lot of attention, and there's a clear lack of resources and attention on nuclear. Importantly, as it is both clean and also base load. There's a lot of focus. And what we are seeing as a whole is a clear intent and direction and signaling as to where the government wants to place money, resources, attention to a clean and base load pathway to energy transition. That's how I look at it.
Sir, talking about investment in resources, the budget also spoke about certain exemptions for lithium-ion cells, critical minerals, and so on. How realistically can India reduce the import dependence in clean energy manufacturing over the next 5 to 7 years? Because it's not a hidden secret anymore that we are vastly dependent on China.
Is
Mr.
that for me?
Papad,
Or-
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah. I think what we are going to see in terms of domestication of the value chain for batteries is going to be very similar to what has been done on the solar side. 2 years back, there was little or no capacity solar module manufacture. Today, we have more than 100 gigawatts of solar module manufacturing capacity. One step, that solar cell manufacturing capacity is almost 45 gigawatts, from virtually nothing to what we have today. So it's a slow process. The indigenization of value chains doesn't happen overnight. There are challenges in technology, access to skills, access to capital, and of course, in a world that is geopolitically as volatile. So though we do not see any, there's a clear indication that pointed out that there are exemptions for capital goods for lithium ion cells. Is that adequate? I think that's a good start, and in the course of 2 years, we should see this happening as the effort to reduce import dependence goes up the BESS value chain. That's how I look at it. It's a good start.
Great. There's a saying that well begun is half the job done. So, yes, a good start is always welcome. Mr. Trivedi, my next question is for you. The budget strongly backs energy security through renewables, nuclear, critical minerals. So, do you think that does this create a coherent energy transition roadmap, or are we still seeing fragmented policy signals across power, fuels, and grids?
No, I think it is a good start because clearly from what Vinay also clearly said, that what we are seeing is a clear direction, and like nuclear was a very clear signal that we are making a shift from coal, and I see that nuclear is going to take a big piece, currently from a very small minuscule 3%, it is going to be much higher, and double digit. So clearly there's a clear indication. While this is good for a direction, but clearly I think what we'll have to watch out for is what are the policy initiatives, because budget gives only direction, and power, as we all know, is highly regulated, and nuclear is like a different aspect altogether, much more regulated. So how this actually doles out into actionables from a policy perspective, and we will continue to see how the state and center aspect continues to impact the overall sectoral performance, because clearly while budgets we have seen they have been helpful in giving a guidance, but the real implementation challenges are on the ground, and that is where we see some of the disconnects, some of the lack in pace. So clearly, I would say there's still a lot more to be done. But from a overall perspective, it is a very clear direction that we are shifting a base from coal to renewable, coupled with battery storage and nuclear, which is a more sustainable and longer term approach.
Right, nuclear has been in the radar of the government 2025, 26. So my next question, Colonel Sharma, is for you. Nuclear power has received long-term duty exemptions and policy continuity. How important is nuclear in India's baseload energy mix? And what will determine whether private investment actually flows into this space?
See, as far as nuclear is concerned, I rate it below renewable energy. Definitely so. Though it generates much more in a smaller sort of infrastructure in comparison to the spread out renewable energy sector. What I want to bring out here is that while these exemptions and all these actions that we've been taking, by which we are trying to enhance the manufacturing or establishing nuclear generation plants and all that. That may be a very good step. And we are getting the fiscal support for all that. But what we as a nation should do is to look 50 years hence. That is not what we are doing. We are only giving exemptions for importing certain things, which somebody else has already sort of worked on, designed, and we got it into our country. We're getting it into our country so that we can enhance our production over here. It's good that we are having 5 university townships coming up as per the budget. It's very good. And it is this initiative which must be used to take our R&D efforts forward. I was just talking to somebody, regarding how BYD has overtaken Tesla in the world today. BYD was given a task that you have to overtake Tesla. So the BYD CEO just made a mention that they have a $5 billion R&D budget. He was told by the Politburo in China that you can take $15 billion. Now, with that, what has happened is today, while BYD is already ahead of Tesla, they have 120,000 engineers who are working only on research and development. I'm not talking of production and maintenance and this and that and whatever sales and all that is concerned. I'm talking of only purely R&D. So 120,000 engineers are working only on R&D. They have got 11 institutes which are doing only research on your nickel cadmium batteries and the other batteries, parallel batteries which are coming up for EVs. So we got to think like that. China, for example, 50 years ago, they had captured all the mines in the world which had cobalt, which had these rare earth minerals and all that. All over the world, Congo, for example, Brazil, Chile, all these countries, they bought their mines. And today, they are leading. We've got to think in those manners. We've got to lead, where people should buy the technology from us rather than we going and getting their technology, because then we'll always be following. We'll always be reactive.
Right. Mr. Kandar, I have the same question for you that I asked Colonel Sharma right now regarding the nuclear power sector. So I'll just repeat it for the benefit of our viewers and for yourself as well, that nuclear power has received long-term duty exemptions and policy continuity. How important is nuclear in India's baseload energy mix, and what will determine whether private investment actually flows into this space?
So for India, there has been a continuous movement away from coal. The movement that is away from coal is going into multiple directions. One being solar, which has been one of the largest contributors after coal. The bottleneck with solar was that it was not able to dispense energy at night. It was able to absorb energy and dispense it during the day, which led to grids being unstable, or grids having excess power during the day but deficit power at night. With the BESS coming in now, that problem will be solved, wherein the power will be stored into the containerized solution and dispensed at night. So that will enable further solar expansion as we speak. Beyond that, of course, there will be nuclear there where pressure is there, but nuclear comes with certain restrictions within the localities and density of where the plant needs to be set up. So that needs to be managed well as we expand nuclear as well. But yes, as we move forward, it should increase to double digits in the next 8-10 years. Apart from that, apart from nuclear and solar, we are expecting hydrogen and many other technologies to come in. Wind being a restrictive power generation technology where we have wind capacity, but I think the budget is more towards solar and nuclear, where they want to expand more than the budget. I think the entire direction of the government is more towards solar and nuclear. in the next 5-7 years, we are expecting large number of capacities to be built in those two directions itself.
Okay, right. So while we do see a positive step taken by the government towards the energy sector, I think still a lot is left to be desired. On this note, Mr. Trivedi, my next question is for you. The budget strongly backs energy security through renewable storage, nuclear. So, do you think that this is coherent enough for us to see the energy sector move forward, or are we still seeing fragmented policy signals across power, fuels, and grids?
So I think clearly, as I mentioned, it is still, I would call it fragmented because clearly, again, the budget is more of a financial direction. The direction is towards manufacturing. The manufacturing is towards certain technologies. And I think what one thing that I really appreciated in the budget is the government acknowledged that we lack the current capacity and capability to set up these facilities. That's why they've given away with the duties for bringing in the equipments. So from that, I think clearly financially it is in the right direction, but operationally how it will pan out, I think this is something which is yet to be seen. Clearly, it is more of a policy level decision which will encompass in the future. But overall, I would say yes, it is the vision is clear, the direction is clear, but policies will actually frame. So budget is more of a direction rather than actual, how it. So the coming year is going to see what are the policy changes we are going to expect based on the budgetary allocation, and then it is the sector how it looks at it. I would still say it is more of a fragmented approach because certain aspects are clearly missed because like hydrogen is one aspect which I somehow didn't see any mention in the overall whatever uh, was presented in the budget. Transmission was more of a muted thing, no specific mention, just overall infrastructure development, but those specifics are yet to be seen. So clearly I would call it the yes budget has not clearly excluded things, but it has not explicitly mentioned also. So that way, I would call it kind of a fragmented budget in terms of the sector. But I think I hope that in the coming months, we'll see more policy-driven initiatives towards the sectoral reforms.
Right. I think we have to read a lot in between the lines to figure out how the budget is going to impact the energy sector, except for the carbon capture point that was made by the minister. Mr. Vinay Pabba, I have the same question for you. Do you think that the budget was cohesive rather than non-cohesive, and what was left to be desired?
Differ from the view that it is a fragmented budget. I see a lot of coherence, especially on shifting to grid readiness and grid integration with evacuation of renewables. There's a mention of the green energy corridor to build out about 13,000 circuit kilometers of interstate transmission lines. There is now the high voltage transmission equipment comes under the National Manufacturing Mission, and this is definitely improving domestic value addition and self-reliance in EHV. There's a clear mention of a 3-year pipeline of interstate transmission projects to be implemented in a PPP mode. There's a mention of a power system development fund being provisioned to a financial closure for at least 30 gigawatt hour of battery energy storage projects for short-term storage. There is a clear mention of putting in place about 2,300 circuit kilometers of optic fiber on the power lines to enhance the power network communicability. And there's a whole bunch of stuff on distribution reforms. And this is figuring in a budget, which is another document for talking about priorities and financial outlays. So I'm seeing not just a fragmented approach, but a well thought out and directionally, absolutely kind of a roadmap and where the government wants to put their money, what it wants to prioritize, and what it wants to execute in the coming financial year.
Okay, great. I think we have two very strong and well-founded opinions here, which is of course what the panel discussion is all about. We are of course running short of time, so I would like to just invite everybody for closing statements. Colonel Sharma, let's just close this discussion with the same question that I had asked Mr. Trivedi and Mr. Pabba, that do you think that the budget has done enough for the energy sector? Is it fragmented? And what is left to be desired, and what else could have been done?
Well, to my mind, it has done enough. And there are 2 points which I wanted to bring out, which are very essential. One is skill development. They have laid emphasis on that, but not pointedly towards, I would say, the renewable energy sector. I was just carrying out an analysis as to what is the requirement of skilled and trained manpower that would be required to be developed within the next 5 years. Keeping in view that we have to have 500 gigawatts installed by 2030. Now, this means that we are only halfway through. So 250 gigawatts is what is to be established in the next 5 years. 50 gigawatts per year would require something close to 250,000 people per year, skilled people who can handle these things. So there's certainly something that is required to be done quickly so that we don't fall short in ensuring that whatever we have installed, we utilize it properly. The second point, which may not be related to all this, is there are certain irritants that are there. Something like, we have a lot of we have a lot of right-of-way issues which come up in the sites. Now, I feel that because of this, what happens is our production is stopped. Now, I think that this should be taken as an essential service. Renewable energy generation being done should be taken as an essential service, and disruption should be taken as an offense. This is, though not connected to the budget, but definitely there is a need for the government to take cognizance of this. We are troubled by this particular aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Sharma, for your concluding words. And Mr. Kamdar, of course, the same question for you. That what do you think the budget does it have gaps for the energy sector, or was it comprehensive enough? And what was left to be desired by yourself and other industry leaders?
I think the budget did enough. I would say it was comprehensive enough for the uh, energy industry per se. To be honest, there's continuously reforms happening beyond the budget. So we are seeing multiple reforms in multiple industries happening across the year. Considering those reforms that are happening across the year, budget to an extent, except for last year when they had done a massive income tax slab change, has moved away from those large announcements per se that were catering to the budget era. So I feel the budget has laid the foundation and laid the direction in terms of where India is moving and the energy security towards the renewable space. Yes, there will be gaps in terms of execution, in terms of certain details in policy framework. I think they should be able to cover that when they execute policies for that particular divisions.
Okay, great. I think we are ending on a very positive note, because almost everybody has a good outlook towards the budget, and we are all hopeful that the policy execution is what will carry the weight henceforth. So I would like to thank everybody who took the time out to join us, Colonel Sharma, Mr. Trivedi, Mr. Pabba, and Mr. Kamdar. And I hope you have a great Sunday ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
for
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Uri. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody, and I am back. So, yes, we are done with the panel discussions for the day. However, our day is not over yet. We do have one more keynote speaker, Mr. Sethu Ratnam Ravi, or S. Ravi as we know him. He was the former chairperson of BSE or Bombay Stock Exchange and also the founder of Ravi Rajan and Co. LLP, which is a financial advisory firm. So before he joins us, I would just like to have a quick recap of the day. As you know, we started off with the budget highlights, the do's, the don'ts from the finance minister, what was missing and which sectors were left out, following which we had very enriching panel discussions across sectors, the last one being the energy sector, which was just over right now. Before that, we dealt with the startups, we dealt with market leaders, we dealt with CFOs. We have very mixed reactions from industry leaders about the budget, whether it is positive, negative, what was expected, and what was missed out. So yes, let's hope that the policy execution for the year ahead backs the positive angle of the budget that many of our industry leaders have said that they have seen. At the same time, we also learned that the budget left much to be desired. It was very much focused on infrastructure and manufacturing and people. While those are the cornerstones of any economy, a lot of other sectors such as housing and whether it is media, whether they are startups, a lot of them were not covered, at least extensively. So a lot of reading in between the lines is going to be required. So while we do have the experts commenting at the moment, it is going to be a much read into budget as the time passes across the year. So I hope you had a very good evening listening to us and absorbing the inputs from our industry leaders. And till then, we wait for Mr. Ravi to join us. Thank you.